potential trouble for Donald Trump. New numbers tonight. The third poll in a row now showing Trump losing to Dr. Ben Carson in Iowa by double digits, 14 points.
I'm number 2 in Iowa. I said I don't believe it.
That's all it says. Let's try something new. We tried Obama, right? Time for a change, so we got to change. So now let's try something new.
Right.
Let's run America like a business.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So World Series starts tonight with the Cubs. Oh, no.
Oh, see, really?
No, it's not. It's the Mets and the Royals.
I know. I'm actually looking forward to it. Harvey's pitching for the Mets. I'm excited about this.
Yeah, you know what
I want the Mets to win.
Do you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm excited for? I'm looking forward to is
Svendergaard.
You getting that Make America Great Again hat so we can make sure that you don't earn the term Welcher.
Oh, really?
I'm just
I've
saying.
been called many things, Dan, but I've never been called that.
Well,
This third-rate radio announcer.
exactly.
This
You and Hugh Hewitt. All
right, so I'll be honest. I've made
you-
little effort to try and find the hat.
Well,
I thought you'd assist me. You'd help me out a little bit.
I'm willing to defer to the committee that we've assembled of the team here, including
Okay.
Mike Scott, in terms of what the threshold is for you earning the term Welcher. But I think you're starting to bump up against it.
Well, here's the deal. If I log on to Trump's website and order the hat, will I be contributing to his campaign?
Yes.
That's what I fear, and I don't want that stigma attached to me because I'm not a Trump supporter, as you all know.
And here's the thing.
Yes, where's the rub?
You agreed to the bet, so that should have been thought through prior to the wager.
Oh.
Once the wager is agreed to, there is no getting out of the wager other than, either earning the term Welcher or, in the world in which I live, having, your extremities broken.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
The Swedish mob's around, too. That
Okay.
you don't know about us because we're so good, all right? So you
Right.
try and touch this Swedish princess, you're going to be asking for trouble.
There'll be a team
Yeah.
of sobs that come visit me.
Maybe I could order the hat for my aunt because it was
No.
her birthday,
No.
September 27th.
Peyton or Eli can do it.
Yeah.
See, that way you don't run afoul of Federal Election Commission regulations, which regulate what you can give and how you can give, and you won't show up on any lists like Ravi Bechwal showed up on a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he gave Obama, what, $500?
Was
Yeah.
it him or was it did he?
Well, he
did he
did it
contribute
through his
to
wife.
Was it him or did he give it to President Bush?
I don't know what he did.
I don't remember.
No. It was Obama.
Was
Trust
it?
me.
You
Oh,
sure?
yeah.
Ravi.
Ravi.
It
Well,
was
he's
it
from
was
Canada.
a donation, but you don't want to end up on a list. So have
Right.
Peyton or Eli do it.
Well, you don't want to
Eli.
You don't want to end up on the list of Welchers, well-known Welchers. That's the list you don't
All
want to
right,
be on. And
so-
by the way, I don't think Peyton and or Eli's allowance should be commandeered for this. It was your bet, not their bet. You own it.
How much time do I have?
You have till the end of the week. It's Tuesday.
I think it needs to be here by Friday morning.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Friday morning. I'm busy. I have volleyball.
You
I
can-
have girls to coach. Oh, by the way, we won again yesterday. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Uh,
3-1, Dan.
You can or do 2-day shipping even. We're not saying you have to overnight it.
No.
Shipping. All right, fine.
But
Fine. I'll have it here.
Here by the end of the week so that next week it's all Trump all the time. I mean, really should have been this week because this is debate week.
Uh-huh.
You've
Oh,
got
that's
the
right,
debate
tomorrow.
on Wednesday night. Yeah, but that's fine as long as it's here by the end of the week.
How much you think this thing's going to cost me?
Oh, I don't. I think it's very reasonably priced.
$20? 30?
Whatever it is, it's well worth. It's well worth the
To
price.
see me wear a
Well
hat?
worth the picture.
Yeah.
Ruin this coif, ruin my crown, my hair. Fine.
All
If
right.
you want me to look disgusting and mannish in the morning, yes, I'll wear the hat.
Okay. Good. And you will be joining very good company. There's more benefit than you even know because America's favorite convicted rapist has weighed in on the presidential race. And he is also a Trump supporter.
Oh, which
What are your thoughts on him today? Do you think that he's going
He
to
should
be
be
a
president
great?
of the United States. He should be president of the United States. That's what he should be. He should be president of the United States. Why are people mad at the people? Because this is who the people want to be president. You see, when they say, you see Donald Trump's post, see, this is not going to happen because it's going to go down. So they're saying these people don't know what they're talking about. They're telling the people right in their face, all the Republicans, all the Democrats, all the independents, they're saying right in the people's face, you don't know what you're doing. You gotta vote for me next week. You ain't thinking about Donald Trump. You're just riding on the bandwagon of success. They telling us we're stupid. That's what they're telling us. And do you see that too? No, really.
Is it just me, or do you see that too? In his own inimitable way, Mike Tyson is making sense.
Can you translate that for me? Because this is another reason why I'm not letting Peyton or Eli box professionally.
If you don't get the Trump hat, you're going to have to get a Tyson face tattoo.
Oh.
So you choose. Tyson is essentially saying that everybody is telling people who like Trump that they're stupid for liking Trump. And that just essentially calcifies their support for Trump. People don't like to be told that they're stupid. There's a reason to like Trump. He's not saying this, but we've said it on this show before. I certainly have, that there is justifiable anger out there. There's justifiable frustration with everyone associated with the incumbent political class in D.C. And so people like Trump, and Trump should be the next president. I mean, that's essentially Tyson's formulation, which is not an uncommon one that you hear, which is why Trump may be down to second place in Iowa, but he's in first place in the other 49 states at present. So he's not doing badly.
Yeah, but if he loses Iowa, what do you think that'll say about his campaign? I mean, I know Mitt Romney didn't win Iowa.
I don't think
Santorum did.
I don't think we have any indication that what's happening in Iowa is happening in the other, even early states yet. And so, if Trump can lose Iowa and be the nominee, there's no question about it. And he can, frankly, at this point, he could lose Iowa and be the runaway nominee.
But this is the third poll in a row that shows him in second place. And one of those polls is by double digits to Ben Carson.
Yeah, I saw that.
I know, but why? I mean, how quickly you rise? Well, he was in number one in the polls from August 4th until October 22nd. So he had a good run in Iowa.
Do you think Ben Carson is going to be the nominee?
Looks like it right now.
You think he's going to be the nominee?
No, the nominee. No, I think he's going to win Iowa.
Right.
No, but the nominee. No.
Okay,
no.
So Ben Carson is up 14 points in Iowa, but you don't think he's going to be the nominee. No. So what does that say about the importance you place on Iowa?
I guess not a lot, Dan.
Yes,
Thanks for tearing that argument down.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I think there's a little bit of overreaction to some of the swing in Iowa because there's so many people in the Washington, New York corridor there that want to see Trump go down. So they're overplaying this snapshot of what's happening in Iowa right now. I think there's a lot of give and take to happen in the next 97 days in the run-up to the Iowa caucus. It's not at all clear to me that Ben Carson's going to win Iowa. I still think Ted Cruz is lurking in the shadows.
I'm pulling for Marco Rubio. But here's Trump yesterday with Matt Lauer. They did a town hall sit-down in New Hampshire, and he really, wasn't frazzled too much by the polls. You know why, Dan? Because he doesn't believe in the polls, because he doesn't believe Bloomberg, because Bloomberg at one point in time was thinking about running for president, and he calls the Des Moines Register a rag paper.
I'm number 2 in Iowa. I said I don't believe it. One's Bloomberg, they hate me. The other one is a super liberal newspaper, the Des Moines Register, which is third rate, totally third rate, not respected in Iowa. It's a third rate, crummy newspaper. So I got these 2 polls. Bloomberg hates me. Don't forget, Michael did want to run for president.
See, I paraphrase everything he said, not knowing that he was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Trump being Trump. He loves to, even whether he's up or down, he just likes to talk about polls. He likes to talk about newspapers and personalities because he doesn't want to really talk very much about policy. And frankly, to some extent, I can't blame him because that's what people are eating up. People are eating up that 20-second rap you just heard. So if it's working, why would you stop focusing on the personalities and also, by extension, the institutions that people see as illegitimate media? Other insider power brokers like a Michael Bloomberg, for example. It's a bit of demagoguery, to be sure, but it has currency right now. And so he's using it. And frankly, he's politically smart to do so.
But he has new comments on religion. Now, this isn't about Ben Carson being a Seventh-day Adventist. This is about Muslim women. Listen to this. I almost fell off my chair when I heard this. He was talking about women in Muslim countries, Dan, and how they appreciate their customs to keep their faces covered up.
In fact, it's easier. You don't have to put up makeup. Look how beautiful everyone looks. Wouldn't it be easier? Wow. Right? Wouldn't that be easy? I'll tell you, if I was a woman, I don't want to. Wow. I'm ready, darling. Let's go.
He was making, covering his face, making a motion that, you have your face covered up. So it's so easy for women because you don't have to put on makeup if you're a Muslim woman. He couldn't be more wrong.
Well, he's not going to be an imam.
No, he's not.
You won't have a Trump
But he's not going to get
mosque.
the Muslim support with comments like that. Oh, my God. Not that he was ever looking for it. And I don't know who the Muslim community is backing in the general election, but or even in the primaries. But that's he's rude. He's just so arrogant and so clueless sometimes.
Yeah.
And degrading to women. Perfect. I mean, when I saw that, that is just another comment where he's disrespecting women. Because he doesn't care. He just wants to make something for her. Who should I attack now? Oh, Muslim women because their face is covered up. Oh, because it's so bad. But it's so easy for them because they don't have to put on makeup.
In fact, it's easier. You don't have to put up makeup. Look how beautiful everyone looks. Wouldn't it be easier? Wow. Right? Wouldn't that be easy? I'll tell you, if I was a woman, I don't want to. Wow. I'm ready, darling. Let's go.
Yeah, I probably should defer to Melania and Ivanka on topics like that. But we'll have more on Trump. There's a couple other things he said in that Today town hall with Matt Lauer yesterday.
Oh, he stepped in it.
That were kind of interesting. I'm not so sure he did. We'll have more Trump after this.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hope you enjoyed yesterday because today it's going to be cloudy, breezy, no sunshine, rain by this afternoon, a high of 59 degrees. Then tonight, some rain, breezy, a low of 51 degrees. And tomorrow, Wednesday, it'll be cloudy, breezy, rain tapering off, maybe a couple passing showers in the afternoon, a high of 57. Let's get the travel times and see where the sticky spots are. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Inbound Stevenson, it was a little sticky, but now it's fine. Overnight work is gone around 83. All lanes are open. No delays to report for now. Inbound Ryan getting just a little heavy approaching downtown. Same goes to Bishop Ford approaching the merge. It's not a significant delay yet. Travel time still not showing any real delay. In northwest Indiana, the Indiana Toll Road, in both directions, the exit to westbound 8094 is closed till 6 this morning. Ramps to eastbound 94 are open. Westbound I-80, there's work in the left lane, center to Humboldt. That's till 6 a.m. as well. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
If you're a small business owner, you know that image is everything. This is Dina, manager of Aunt D's Slots and Wine Bar in Hickory Hills. As an upscale venue, our clients expect a clean and presentable business. After a year of heavy traffic, our carpet really showed the stains from numerous wine tastings and special events that we couldn't clean ourselves. We called Executive Green Carpet Cleaning when we heard about their no-risk guarantee, promising that we would be happy or we wouldn't need to pay. They scheduled a time convenient for us, not what fit their calendar. Executive Green used their own purified water and non-toxic solution. It left the carpet residue-free and even took wine stains out we thought were permanent. If you're a small business owner looking to clean carpet, upholstery, tile, and more, call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
Call 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or visit ExecutiveGreenCarpetCleaning.com. That's ExecutiveGreenCarpetCleaning.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Foxford Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The
Answer. Text from 702. I have a lot more cool things to do than listen to you two talk about Amy wearing a hat, then comments about Tyson. Nice Jeb Bush impersonation there from 702.
Thank you. And another one from 708. Guys, I'm predicting the Muslim turnout to be low.
In the Republican primary, yeah, probably. Speaking of Bush, though, Jeb and W are turning into the Bash Brothers, with due apologies to Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco. They've been meeting with, remember, the McGuire and Canseco with the Oakland A's? They were the Bash Brothers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Before
they got all roided up.
I interviewed Canseco. Scared me to death. He was not, what's the word, reporter friendly. It scared me and gave me a one soundbite answer and then walked away.
Was that when you were competing for his affections with Madonna?
Yes, exactly. I took her down, Dan.
So Jeb and George, the 2-day meet with donors in Houston yesterday Sunday night and yesterday, and they are pounding away at Donald Trump, and frankly also Marco Rubio, calling him the GOP's Obama.
Well, before you get to Rubio, quickly, Jonathan Karl on ABC News. He was secretly staked out in that Houston hotel and got a picture of Jeb going in and out of the bathroom. Very exciting stuff. But he reported that H.W. Bush, Pops, the 91-year-old there, gets so mad when he sees Trump on TV that he takes his shoes off and throws his shoes at the TV set because he can't stand him.
That's not good. Remember, I mean, a shoe almost did in W. So
Too soon, huh?
Should be, boy.
And that Barbara Bush stood up at the end of yesterday's meeting and said, Jeb, you are going to be the next president, because she's in on the meetings as well.
Yeah. Okay, Mom.
Okay, but go back to Marco Rubio.
Yeah, Mom, Dad, you're embarrassing me in front of my donors and friends. Stop it.
Dad, keep your shoes on, Dad.
But per that Donald Trump, of whom we were speaking, an interesting piece in Vanity Fair. Here's why Donald Trump could really be elected president. This is by David Bernstein. But the fact that it made Vanity Fair, and they're talking about Trump being president, and you actually have a piece in Vanity Fair that goes through the electoral math, is kind of startling, because I think it's part of this realization that's occurring, and I'm included in this realization, that Trump is actually in a fairly strong position to be the nominee, and whoever the Republican nominee is going to be in a fairly strong position to be the next president of the United States. Now, Mark Halperin from Bloomberg penned a piece yesterday suggesting that Hillary is the odds-on favorite to be the next president. We'll talk about that a bit later. But I want to finish off on Trump here with Matt Lauer, because he said a couple of other things that were interesting. One of them was in response to a woman's question as to whether or not he's ever been told no. I thought this was an interesting answer.
We've got one of those undecided here. This is Jill Casey, mother of 2, registered Republican.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Trump, with the exception of your family, have you ever been told?
Oh, many times. I've been told no by him. No, many times. I mean, my whole life really has been a no, and I fought through it. I have been, and I talk about it. It's not been easy for me. It has not been easy for me. And, I started off in Brooklyn. My father gave me a small loan of $1 million. I came into Manhattan. And I had to pay him back, and I had to pay him back with interest. But I came into Manhattan, I started buying up properties, and I did great. And then I built the Grand Hyatt, and I got involved with the convention. So I did a good job. But I was always told that would never work. Even my father, he said, you don't want to go to Manhattan. That's not our territory. Because he was from Brooklyn and Queens, where we did, smaller things. And he said, don't go to Manhattan. That's not our territory. But he was very proud of me. But all my life, I was told, no. Even for this. I mean, they said, oh, what do you want to do it for? Don't do it. Don't do it. You're against professional politicians. So far, I'm not impressed. I will tell you that.
The last 5 seconds of his answer about not being impressed by professional politicians was my favorite part. I agree with him wholeheartedly. I concede his point. I was in a similar situation when I ran. You show up on the playground and you look around and you say, well, I'm just as good as these guys. Why don't I run? That's what Trump did. And frankly, to some extent, he's right.
Yeah, you advise politicians and you thought, you know what? Advise them. I'm going to be one.
Well,
because you're smarter than them.
Well, Trump is doing much better than I did, but the point is...
Yeah, but he has tons of money. I mean, he's a billionaire, Dan.
Well, that helps.
And you have to have money to make money. So when he said that, like, my dad only gave me $1 million back then, that was probably the equivalent of $10 million, don't you think?
Matt Lauer's made that point. He said, that's a lot of money to people. And Trump, no, it's a lot of money. But, I mean, look, but compared to what I built... And so, the thing that I don't personally like Trump because I think he's a braggart and a blowhard and a surface skimmer. And when it comes to policy, and I just think he's unprincipled. I think he's kind of a politically expedient deal maker. But when it comes to who he is, I appreciate, and this is, I think, part of his appeal. He is who he is, and he doesn't sugarcoat it for anyone. He doesn't kind of tell schools out of tail, pretending to be this Horatio Alger who came from nothing. He came from a wealthy family. His dad was a successful real estate developer. He took the silver spoon, polished it, and made it gold, and then made everything else gold.
And went over to Manhattan, which was sacred territory.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
One of the hardest things to accomplish as a small business owner or a healthcare professional is identifying how to take your business to that next level. Fortunately, you can rest easy knowing you're not the only one. On Tuesday, November 10th, a healthcare summit and business event is coming to Drury Lane in Oak Brook. This summit will provide a unique opportunity for small business owners and healthcare leaders to network, showcase, and work together to transform the region's marketplace into the best in the nation. It provides a fantastic forum to introduce your business and make valuable connections, all while learning and growing in your community. Last year, this event drew over 2,000 participants, and it's expected to draw even higher this year. Use this experience to better your trade and take part in educational sessions. Listen to inspirational speakers and partake in the vendor fair and expo. Register today and grab booth space while you still can by visiting thebusinessevent.com. That's thebusinessevent.com. Sponsored by the Metropolitan Chicago Healthcare Council, Jewish B2B, and the Small Business Advocacy Council.
Slow down, step back in time, and spend the night at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee, where history and tradition come together. The Schuster Mansion is not just a bed and breakfast. It's a private retreat created for you to rest, relax, and enjoy. Each guest room has been lovingly curated with period furniture, romantic decor, and antiques. There's a modern private bath for every room. Whether you're celebrating a special event or just want to escape from the everyday bustle, the Schuster Mansion has just the room or suite to fit your mood. Each overnight stay includes a homemade breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies any time of day. Be sure to reserve a seat at the table for high tea, featuring a buffet of flavored teas and a variety of savory scones and sweets. Call Laura Sue to make a reservation at 414-342-3210. 414-342-3210. It may be Wisconsin, but why stay in a cabin when you can stay in a castle? SchusterMansion.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
What Hillary did after she testified before the Benghazi committee will have you fasting today, I guarantee it, at 5:35.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 50 degrees, and Ohio State University students are being asked to be vigilant this morning after threats of violence on that campus. In Columbus, school officials say it was an anonymous threat posted late last night and again early this morning on social media, mentioning some sort of violence on campus. University police say they are working quickly to trace the threat back to a suspect. It's the last attempt at a big play for the outgoing quarterback of House Republicans, John Boehner, and some other leaders announcing a budget deal with the White House aimed at averting a government shutdown and avoiding a debt crisis. As Fox's Chad Pergram explains, outgoing Speaker Boehner is no stranger to these types of negotiations.
John Boehner has had a number of these tough bills and votes and packages come down the pike that deal with all these fiscal issues. It's almost the touchstone of his speakership over the past 5.5 years. And he's kind of going out with one of these. It's something that he negotiated. It's not very pretty. They will probably have to pass it, at least in the House, with a minority of Republicans and lots of Democrats. But that's kind of how things have gone during John Boehner's speakership. It's just the mixture, the vote mixture that they have right there. So this is going to be very typical of what John Boehner has had to do to pass major pieces of legislation during his speakership.
Boehner is asking GOP members to pass that deal before Representative Paul Ryan assumes the Speaker's post. Casualties still being counted following a magnitude 7.5 earthquake impacting regions in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The death toll now at 311. Investigators are still trying to figure out what caused a whale-watching boat with 27 on board to capsize off Vancouver Island Sunday afternoon in seemingly calm Canadian waters. The lawyer of the woman accused of driving through a large crowd at Oklahoma State's homecoming parade has a history of mental illness, according to her attorney, Tony Coleman.
When Dad visited her, she was foaming at the mouth.
Tony Coleman would not say why Adacia Chambers was first hospitalized with mental illness. President Obama comes to Chicago today, addressing a gathering of the nation's police chiefs. AM 560's David Stewart says tops on their agenda, tougher gun laws.
The International Association of Chiefs of Police wants national background checks on all gun purchases, even between individuals, as a way to curb gun violence. Superintendent Gary McCarthy.
About 40% of gun purchases are in that secondary market that are excluded from a background check. So what about the third market and the fourth market? You got to realize that, these guns don't have a shelf life.
President Obama will discuss his plans for reforming the criminal justice system so that the jails and prisons aren't bursting with minor drug offenders. David Stewart, Chicago.
Cook County Animal Control says there was no choice but to kill a coyote last week in Oak Lawn. It was getting too close to humans and had already attacked young dogs. The administrators say Animal Control tried other ways of deterring that coyote from setting up a den in a residential area near an elementary school, but were unsuccessful. The animal was captured and euthanized by the Animal Welfare League. Chicago sports, Blackhawks over Anaheim 1-0 in OT. NBA regular season tips off tonight, Bulls and Cleveland. The news, a service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having on their life. One way Unbound is different at unbound.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You saw him moderate the CNN presidential debate.
Hugh Hewitt, nice man.
Now you can see him live at Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. Hugh Hewitt is coming to Freedom Summit.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
And he joins an already packed lineup that includes Ann Coulter and AM 560's Sean Hannity. Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th in Itasca with Hugh Hewitt, Sean Hannity, and Ann Coulter. Get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
It's the Can-Am Spyder Yellow Tag event, and it's time to experience the ultimate thrill ride. Hit the open road on a Can-Am Spyder. With its unique Y-frame design, you can ride all day with total freedom and confidence. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 Can-Am Spyder models. Plus, get up to a 3-year warranty.
Visit iMotorsports in Elmhurst or online at iMotorsportsinc.com.
Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details.
5:37. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. West Chicago, there's a crash. Roosevelt, Fabian Parkway. Inbound I-57, it's heavy early between 119th and the Ryan. 20 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Bishopport at 17. The delay starts around Cottage Grove. Inbound Ryan has a 1 or 2 minute delay from Roosevelt to the downtown. The other expressways are good for now. Indiana Toll Road in both directions. The exits to westbound 8094 are closed till 6 this morning. Traffic service of TCF Bank. No matter if you're planning a wedding or saving for the trip of a lifetime, TCF is in rhythm with your dreams. Borrow or save for life special moments with TCF loan or money market account. Learn more, visit tcfbank.com, equal housing lender. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Cloudy, breezy, periods of rain beginning this afternoon. Some of that rain heavy overnight. 59 this afternoon, 51 in the overnight hours. 52 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter or hear about it from your friends, find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, hey, look who resurfaced. On the pages of the Wall Street Journal, the opinion section, just in advance, 24 hours away or 36 hours away from the next debate, which is where she excels, Carly Fiorina.
Oh,
she's back in the campaign.
She been? Girlfriend, you got to call me. Come on, where's she?
Okay, Diamond and Silk and Amy. She's got an op-ed in today's Wall Street Journal, Hillary Clinton Flunks Economics, where she takes the statement that Hillary made in the Dem debate, the economy does better when you have a Democrat at the White House, and then goes through all of the metrics by which the economy has done much worse with the current Democrat in the White House. One of the things that's underreported, I like this statistic, I don't like it, but it's indicative of the Obama economy. America has seen a net total of 70,000 more small businesses closed than startups begun during the Obama years. A real sense of how much damage he has done to entrepreneurial capitalism, his terrible policies. So check that out. But
and excuse my ignorance, is Carly's going to be on the big stage, right? The big
stage.
Table, not the little table.
Big stage.
Are they still having a little table?
Yeah, 6 o'clock. 6
Who's
to
gonna
8
watch
is the little table.
Who's at the little table now?
Oh, no, wait. Well, that would be 5 to 7 our time, right?
So Lindsey Graham will be there. Bobby Jindal. Little table.
George Pataki.
Just trying to say, George Pataki, that guy.
Or Santorum.
Pataki's the only pro-choice Republican candidate.
Yeah.
So those four, will they be breaking bread, talking?
I don't know what they're going to do. And then we'll have, I think, is Jindal on the big stage?
No.
I got to look at the lineup of 10, because I think it's 10 and 3.
Have you lined up your fantasy football?
So Jim Gilmore I don't think is participating. Where is Jim Gilmore been, too? He's almost been as absent as Carly Fiorina. We'll talk to Michael Barone about tomorrow night's debate at the top of the 8 o'clock. But Hillary Clinton yesterday. Now get ready for this.
Okay.
I'm telling you, you are not going to like what you're about to hear. You're going to be disgusted.
Disgusted? That's a big word, Dan.
This is...
And you know I get disgusted easily, so...
This is so gross. I mean, I really, this clip, and this is for our friends and listening audience, this clip should be like an airplane. It should come with a barf bag. I'm not kidding. Now, it's not just because it's Hillary and Rachel Maddow. That isn't, repugnant enough, those two
that made you pinch your nose. Oh, they are ladies, Dan.
Oh, yes. Those two flowers. Mm-hmm. Lovely.
Little precious
flowers.
Little blooming flowers.
Do you want to know what Hillary Clinton did after she testified for 11 hours at before the Benghazi committee last week?
What she did right afterward?
Yeah, what she did that night.
She took 3 one-hour breaks, and then, when she was done, would let off some steam, maybe go to the bar, do some shots of tequila with her girlfriends.
Yeah, Rachel Maddow was curious.
Oh, no. Did she do yoga? Oh, no. Did she email while she was in a downward dog?
Listen to this.
Okay. I've never heard this before, so I think I'm ready.
Be ready.
I'm sitting down. I've got the barf bag here.
You may hyperventilate.
Okay.
What did you do after?
Well, I had my whole team come over to my house, and we sat around eating Indian food and drinking wine and beer. That's what we did. It was
it like, let's just talk about TV. Let's not talk about what just happened.
Yeah, we were all, talking about sports, TV shows. It was great just to have that chance to, number one, thank them because they did a terrific job, kind of being there behind me and getting me ready, and then, just talk about what we're going to do next.
What? They had Indian food, wine, and beer, and they talked about sports?
Could you imagine the stench in that room with the Kankel caucus?
And the curry.
Indian food and beer and wine, talking sports in their underwear, I can only assume. It must have...
She had a team of 11 attorneys, so they were there, I'm sure. And then her assistants, probably her makeup artist, her hairstylist.
It must have smelled like a used diaper in there.
I take it, Dan, you don't like Indian food.
It must have smelled like feces covered in burned hair.
Gross. Really? It's a family show.
I'm guessing.
Oh, the graphic rhetoric around
must have smelled like Bigfoot's appendage. I'm just ripping Ron Burgundy. Come on, you should know that.
I know.
Loud noises!
Oh.
It wasn't that bad.
A bunch of, think about that. Hillary and a bunch of her friends.
And I'm sure Bill wasn't there. He's probably back in the penthouse section of the Clinton Library in
smearing Indian food all over each other.
Okay.
Nasty, real nasty.
Drinking beer and wine and talking sports. I bet Katy Perry wasn't at that little gathering. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, man. Honestly, that should have been NC-17, that interview with Rachel Maddow, just that part of it.
I wonder if she's talking about the Cubs sweep. The Cubs lost, too. It's part of her sports section of her decompression meeting.
I feel lightheaded. Oh, my God.
Do you think she's a
Mets fan? Smells better
fan?
than anything that would come out of the dryer.
I think she's a Mets fan. Do you think she likes my Swedish pitcher friend?
I bet Bill wasn't within a country mile of that
He
place.
sent her off that morning in his jeans and he had mom jeans on, and he sent her off that morning, then took off, left.
It's true.
Whew. The smelling salts over here. Hillary did move on to matters of substance during her interview with Rachel Maddow. Listen to this characterization of the VA scandal. Maddow tried to set her up by saying Republicans are demagoguing the VA scandal so as to privatize the VA, and they were both horrified by such a prospect because the VA does a great job. And that's Hillary's view.
Yeah, and I don't understand that. I don't understand why we have such a problem, because there have been a number of surveys of veterans, and overall, veterans who do get treated are satisfied with their treatment.
Much more so than people in the regular system.
It's exactly right. Now, nobody would believe that from the coverage that you see and the constant berating of the VA that comes from the Republicans, in part in pursuit of this ideological agenda.
But in part because there has been real scandal.
But it's not been as widespread as it has been made out to be.
Really? The VA Inspector General released a report just last month wherein it concluded that 307,000 veterans have died while waiting on VA wait lists before receiving health care treatment. 307,000 have died waiting for treatment. Might some of them have passed away anyway? Sure.
Sure, probably maybe half.
But why were they waiting? They didn't receive the treatment they needed. 307,000, and this is being blown out of proportion. This is just Republican ideology. That's the VA Inspector General. A Gallup poll of veterans, Republicans and Democrats, all veterans, 55% said it was difficult to receive care at the VA. Only 1 in 3 said it was easy or somewhat easy. So, yes, for the small fraction of veterans who are fortunate enough to get access to the VA without too much incidence, the care they receive is fine. The problem, much like the Canadian healthcare system, the good news is that gallbladder surgery you need is free. The bad news is you're never going to get it. And that seems to be the experience of the majority of veterans in this country. And we have Hillary Clinton, your putative Democrat nominee for president, giving it the back of the hand treatment. Pete Hegseth, the CEO of Concerned Veterans for America, released a statement responding to Clinton saying, quote, Mrs. Clinton is clearly out of touch with reality when it comes to veterans' needs, and despite her self-professed lack of understanding of VA issues, is more interested in defending the status quo and entrenched special interests than actually advocating for the reforms veterans want. Mrs. Clinton has shown she is part of the problem, not the solution. That's the CEO of Concerned Veterans for America. So I don't know which was more disgusting, what she did after the Benghazi committee hearing or her comments about the VA.
If a dead fish and a homeless person had a baby, and the baby puked and the dog ate the puke, this smells like the rear end of that dog.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Got a text message from 708. Thanks, Dan, for the mental images. Yuck.
Blame
Thanks.
Rachel Maddow.
It's also a little yucky in the weather department today. It's going to be cloudy today, no sunshine, breezy, periods of rain this afternoon, a high of 59 degrees. Tonight, the rain continues. It will be breezy, a low of 51 degrees. And for tomorrow, cloudy, some rain tapering to a couple of showers by the afternoon, a high of 57. Let's see if the overnight road work has been cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. In many places it has. There's still some work on the Indiana Toll Road in both directions. The ramps to westbound 8094 are closed. Should be reopening shortly. They're scheduled to open at 6. There's also some work on westbound I-80, center to Hobel in the left lane. That's also going to be wrapping up. Adams Tollway westbound 25 to 31. There's a right lane closure till 4 p.m. That's in addition to all the ongoing stuff. Inbound Eisenhower, just a little heavy past Manheim. Stevenson, little heavy past Pulaski. Not bad yet. Inbound Ryan slow, 95th to 71st. On the Chinatown feeder, there's a crash, and it's slow from around that point into downtown. 21 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
You've heard me talk about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, then you're missing thoughtful, expository content that you won't find anywhere else from those who have operated in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current, our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders offering in-depth insights on the big issues of the day. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. And you can check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from the Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that are not heard anywhere else. So learn how to change the rules of the game so they cannot be gamed by the connected against the unconnected. Learn how to unfix systems and institutions that are wired against those who play by the rules. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I hate veggies, so this was a perfect way to get vitamins and veggies that worked with my body.
I do feel better, but as far as health-wise goes, if I used to have to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, I'm not doing that anymore. The ringing in my ear is a lot less than what it used to be. Those are the two things right away that I noticed, and I'm not as hungry as I used to be also.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us. TrustAnAmerican.com. That's TrustAnAmerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, it's coming. Have you picked out what you're going to wear yet? To Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. It's taking place Saturday, November 14th at the Westin Chicago in Northwest Suburban Itasca. Ann Coulter is going to be here. Sean Hannity, who, by the way, I have to give him a Coors Light and 3 Vienna hot dogs because we made a bet, remember, when he was on the program?
Yes, I remember.
The Cubs. Why the look of disdain, Dan?
I'm not sure if that was Sean Hannity that was on our program or Sean Hannity doing a Robin Williams impersonation. But yes, Sean Hannity will be there. He's going to keynote the lunch and, probably show off some of the Muay Thai moves he's learned in his UFC training.
He wanted to take on Joe Walsh in a cage match, right?
No, something like that.
Yeah, so I'll bring the cage and you set up the match. Hugh Hewitt's going to be there. Guy Benson. Yeah, say it. Come on.
Hugh. Cool whip. And Katie McFarland, who I'm looking forward to seeing. Katie McFarland's always good.
Katie Pavlich will be there as well. So this week, only register on our app to win 2 tickets to Freedom Summit, plus a meet and greet with Sean Hannity. Ooh. So that contest ends Friday the 30th, so act quickly. And if you want to buy tickets, visit freedomsummitchicago.com, or again, download the AM 560 The Answer app to your smartphone.
And then later on in the show, you're going to present me with my Halloween costume, and no matter what it is, I'm not going to wear it, but it will be interesting to see what it is.
That is not true, because we were talking about some problems with the Louisville recruiting system when it comes to basketball. Remember? And
you got me a Rick Pitino costume?
Well, you'll see what I got you. I think you're going to like it.
All right.
FreedomSummitChicago.com.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry MyPillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
To get your 2 MyPillows for the price of one, call 800-489-0201 and please use the promo code Amy. Or you can go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Amy. That's 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Either way, don't forget the promo code AMY.
Founded in 1922, Unico National is the largest Italian-American service and charitable organization in America with over 120 local chapters in 22 states. Its volunteer members support scholarships, cancer research, mental health, Cooley's anemia, and many local causes while celebrating their Italian heritage. Chicagoland Unico chapters invite you to this special free event. Rediscover your Italian heritage. Wednesday, November 4th at Casa Italia in Stone Park. Join your neighbors of Italian heritage for an evening of enjoyment with Italian food tastings, Italian lessons, cultural info, and more. Plus the opportunity to join Unico. This is a free event, but reservations are required. Call 1-800-947-0137 to reserve your spot. 800-947-0137 or visit unico.org. That's UNICO.org. Unico National. Rediscover your Italian heritage. 800-947-0137 or unico.org. That's UNICO.org.
You didn't build that. You don't pay your fair share. Who do you think you are? Ayn Rand knew exactly who you are. Rational, productive, independent. You work hard and use your own judgment. You choose your career path, your lifestyle, your values. You're living the American dream. And now you see that there are people who want to take away what you've created and who will call their lust to loot a virtue. People who think the needs of others is a claim on your money, your work, your life. Well, how can you fight back? That's what they do at the Ayn Rand Institute. They look closely at public policy beyond sound bites and election cycles, at the fundamental moral ideas that frame crucial debates. They focus on reframing the issues in line with reason, egoism, and individual rights to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. Your life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of your happiness. Stand up with them to fight against the sacrifice of your values by making a contribution today at AynRand.org/support. They'll use your money to defend your values.
It's the Yellow Tag event, and now is the time to find your ultimate adventure. Whether it's a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder, or Ski-Doo snowmobile, you can turn up the excitement for any season with our industry-leading performance and technology. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 models and get up to a 3-year warranty.
Visit Jim Potts Motor Group in Woodstock or online at jimpottsmotorgroup.com.
Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Scary. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Boehner and the president strike a budget deal to continue big government through the end of his term. We'll have it at 6:06.
And if you're packing heat, you may see some green. We'll tell you about that. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a suburban gymnastics coach accused of sexually abusing disabled girls. We'll have an update on that story. And the Bulls to host the Cavaliers as the NBA season opens. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Some conservatives don't like it, but there's a deal between Republican leaders in Congress and the White House on a new budget. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
There was a midnight meeting of the minds as House leaders unveiled a 2-year budget agreement with the Obama administration aimed at preventing a debt crisis and a partial government shutdown. Republican Darrell Issa said it was important to strike an agreement before Paul Ryan is elected House Speaker.
The question of Speaker to be Ryan, what leadership role will he take? Is he comfortable inheriting the deal?
The deal gives $80 billion in budget relief to the Pentagon and domestic agencies in exchange for cuts elsewhere. Dave.
And Rachel, the White House has just come out and said that this is a responsible agreement paid for in a balanced way. The disaster keeps growing where the earthquake in Afghanistan is now at least 300 people dead.
Pakistan has reported the largest numbers of casualties. Peshawar, another city blighted by terror, now terrified by Mother Nature.
That's Sky News' Rebecca Williams. More than 2,000 others are injured in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Some 2,500 homes damaged. The nation's police chiefs are gathering today in Chicago for a summit to address the rising homicide rates in many U.S. cities. There's no single explanation for this. FBI Director James Comey calls it very disturbing. Black Friday is a month away, but one store isn't preparing for the big day after Thanksgiving rush. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Outdoor retailer REI is putting its money where its mouth is. The company wants people to be outdoors. So instead of paying employees to work on Black Friday, it's closing its 143 stores and will pay them to be outside. Forbes magazine has named REI one of the top 100 companies to work for. REI has even created a social media hashtag for it. It's opt outside, Dave.
Tanya, Black Friday wasn't quite as busy last year. The National Retail Federation says there were 5 million fewer shoppers in stores than in 2013. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 52 degrees. It is 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The president in town later today addressing a gathering of the nation's chiefs of police. As our AM 560's David Stewart reports, that group will call for a tougher set of gun laws for the entire nation.
The International Association of Chiefs of Police wants national background checks on all gun purchases, even between individuals, as a way to curb gun violence. Superintendent Gary McCarthy.
About 40% of gun purchases are in that secondary market that are excluded from a background check. So what about the third market and the fourth market? You got to realize that, these guns don't have a shelf life.
President Obama will discuss his plans for reforming the criminal justice system so that the jails and prisons aren't bursting with minor drug offenders. David Stewart, Chicago.
An investigation continues following what police are calling a murder-suicide at a Bolingbrook industrial park. Officers were called yesterday morning about a shooting at YCB International. Jingling Zhang of Naperville and DeGang Zhang of Aurora were found dead at the scene. One of the victims was an employee of that business. A gymnastics coach from suburban Schaumburg is accused of sexually abusing 2 disabled girls. Patricia Herman is the CEO and founder of an organization that runs athletic training programs for girls with disabilities. Police say she abused the victims earlier this year during a competition in Georgia. 2 days before the Chicago City Council takes a vote on Mayor Emanuel's tax-heavy budget, aldermen are considering last-minute tweaks. One is to expand the amusement tax to include tickets for the Chicago Symphony and Lyric Opera. Chicago sports, NHL, Blackhawks in overtime, a winner over Anaheim, 1-0. NBA, Derrick Rose and the boys tip off the season against Cleveland. We're learning this morning that Chris Bryant has been named the Sporting News National League Rookie of the Year. The news a service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. In the days when they won't be able to get out of bed and they experience excruciating pain, so you can help someone you know and then support Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America by going to ccfa.org. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I am Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As your president, we must take care of our country first.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
In the time you've spent listening to this radio spot, you could have completed and submitted an entire expense report with a simple picture of your receipt. That's all it takes for you to get back to work and for your business to run more efficiently. To learn more and discover all the ways Concur helps manage your company's expenses, just go to tryconcur.com for a free test drive.
6:06, let's get an update on the roads this morning. ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Kennedy, a little slow now from the River Road toll to Cumberland. It's 21 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound for now, fine at 20. The Edens is still clear. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to Harlem. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 29. Northbound I-55, slow Veterans Parkway to 53. There's a crash on the exit ramp. Then First Avenue to Kedzie. 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both about 24 minutes from I-80 to the merge. And traffic is a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate, it feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Sponsorship for the elderly. One way Unbound is different. Learn more at unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, cloudy and breezy with periods of rain for the afternoon, high 59. Then rain tonight with a breezy evening, low 51. Tomorrow, breezy with rain tapering to a couple of showers, high 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
52 at O'Hare, 53 along the lakefront, 50 in Aurora. And your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
New signs of potential trouble for Donald Trump. New numbers tonight. The third poll in a row now showing Trump losing to Dr. Ben Carson in Iowa by double digits, 14 points.
I'm number 2 in Iowa. I said I don't believe it.
That's all it says. Let's try something new. We tried Obama, right? Time for a change, so we got to change. So now let's try something new. Right. Let's run America like a business.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, good morning. Mike Tyson may be onto something with trying something new. The reason I say that is because it doesn't seem like congressional Republicans, at least at the leadership level, are particularly interested in trying anything new. To wit, this budget deal that President Obama and Speaker Boehner have apparently struck yesterday, the tentative agreement. Remember how the sequester cuts were representative of a signature accomplishment of the Boehner Republican caucus? Well, those are by the boards, as per usual. The tentative deal required some trade-offs, raising spending $80 billion over the next 2 years. And remember, Democrats...
So raising the debt ceiling?
A clean raise of the debt ceiling. Remember how Democrats were at the Benghazi committee last week were lamenting the $4.5 million.
Oh, that's right.
That were spent in the Benghazi
actually,
committee.
it was $4.8 million because they said it so often, Dan. This is costing taxpayers a lot of money, this witch hunt.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it was listening to them was like listening to Jesse and Frank James complain about lax bank security. So here, just on the other side of the president's veto, the defense authorization funding last week, we have a deal that would raise spending $80 billion over 2 years, which does not include a $32 billion increase in the emergency war fund. And those increases would be offset by, quote unquote, cuts in spending on Medicare and SSI, Social Security disability benefits, as well as selling some of the nation's strategic petroleum reserves and whatnot. The Medicare savings would come from cutting payments to doctors and other healthcare providers. So it's not a structural change to the program, which is what it's being sold as. It's just lowering the price controls that you have on Medicare more generally, kind of the arbitrary below market, in many cases, reimbursement rates the government has set for Medicare and Medicaid payments to healthcare providers. I love this. Listen to how the wording of this. This is from a Washington Examiner. The tentative agreement required trade-offs between the two parties, and for Republicans, it accomplished a major goal of entitlement reform by tackling the nearly bankrupt SSDI, the disability benefits, Social Security, which U.S. Treasury had warned would reach insolvency as early as next year. The source did not disclose the details of the SSDI reforms, but said the move would forestall an across-the-board 20% cut that was in the cards in exchange for structural reforms.
So we don't know the exact Social Security disability?
In exchange for structural reforms that would strengthen it and save $170 billion in quote-unquote long-term savings. And this was for the Republicans conceding a clean debt limit hike and blowing the sequester caps. Good deal?
Is this, good deal, bad deal? 312-642-5600. Is this John Boehner's swan song? I mean, this is the last deal that he cuts before he grabs up his crayons and paper and leaves Washington, D.C.?
Well, there's one more thing that happened yesterday. There was a discharge petition on the Export-Import Bank. So now that will come to a floor vote this week. This was not something necessarily supported by leadership. Certainly Paul Ryan, as we talked to Steve Moore about this, he opposes the Export-Import Bank, and good for him, reauthorizing it. But I think every Democrat and dozens of Republicans, including like Adam Kinzinger here, who's chided conservatives about not supporting the Export-Import Bank, moved for a floor vote on that this week. So here's another test of Republican steadfastness when it comes to crony capitalism, which was what the Export-Import Bank is. In addition to that, as we learned about the Export-Import Bank, under the Iran surrender deal, you could potentially have Iranian-owned companies access taxpayer funds through the Export-Import Bank for the operation of their businesses. It's not just for Boeing and Caterpillar anymore.
So they would use our tax dollars to buy more sophisticated weapons, possibly?
It's just to do business, whatever form that business may take. The point is, why would the U.S. government, and should the U.S. government be in business providing funding to Iranian companies, obviously, to U.S.-owned companies, to Boeing and to Caterpillar, even though those are great companies, and Caterpillar's hugely important to Illinois in particular. But it doesn't mean they should be subsidized, does it? I don't know. I don't know what the Republican Party believes anymore, at least some of them, particularly on the establishment side. We believe in free markets. We believe in competition. But here, let's have the federal government put the finger on the scale for some companies that are in my district or some companies that I like, to the exclusion of other companies operating in the same space. Is that what being a conservative means? I don't think so. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. By the way, the debt limit, raising the debt limit, the clean debt limit raise, this is a false issue. Honestly, the debt limit matters not. $18 billion, 18.1, 18.5, trillion dollars. That's not our debt. It's 80 to 100 trillion when you include unfunded Medicare and Social Security liabilities, the entitlement liabilities that are accruing. That's the real number. So all of this gnashing over $18 billion until you're honest about what the real number is that we have to pay down, then moving the needle on the 18 billion and change is just political theater for Republicans and Democrats. It means nothing. But the fact that you have another cave, including on the signature accomplishment of the Boehner majority, sequester cuts, suggests to me that what we have here is a continuation of big government unabated.
Well, what about the budget deal? Wasn't this our last chance to try and defund Planned Parenthood?
Well, it's not our last chance,
but
it was
this year, though.
Yeah,
I'm just saying this year.
Yeah, it was an opportunity if you wanted to make a stand.
And they didn't bite.
But making stands is not what GOP leadership wants to do. I mean, we've talked about this over and over again. They're recoiling from one fight, promising they're going to stand and deliver on some other issue down the road, but really they're recoiling from one fight in preparation for retreating from the next fight. That's what they've done. I mean,
they just want to play nice in the sandbox.
And this is not, and by the way, this is not to kind of hair on fire. Bill Daley. Bill Daley's got an op-ed. Bill Daley, of all people, this mope. Bill Daley's got an op-ed in the Washington Post, of all things, commenting on the Republican Party and saying that the Republican Party, because of Palin in 2008, that's the beginning of the end for the Republican Party, and we are on the cusp of ceasing to function as a national party.
Oh, please.
Really? We have majorities of the House and the Senate. We've got 60% of the governorships. We've got 2/3 of state legislatures, and we're ceasing to function as a national. So I am not getting all hysterical or buying into the claptrap that is being issued by Democrat hacks from this godforsaken city like Bill Daley, who don't know up from down. I'm not buying into that. But there's such opportunity for the Republican Party that they're missing when they cut these deals to extend big government. And let me tell you what's going to happen, because this has been the Republican Party mantra. We can't have this fight because it's going to it'll endanger us getting control of the Senate. So then they get control of the Senate. Obama papers over a lot of flaws that the Republican Party has right now in terms of brand and messaging and courage, frankly, political courage. But when Obama goes away, which is coming, and perhaps we have a Republican president, if that is the time when they're going to have no one to blame, you can't just say it's President Obama, he's blocking everything, we can't get anything done, it's not feasible, politics is the art of the possible, and all of the tired bromides you hear, which are excuses for not coming up with a cogent brand and a discernible policy agenda. But if and when we have a Republican president combined with Republican majorities in the House and the Senate, all the excuses go away. And then what are you going to do? What do we win when we win? That's a question that Republicans, including whoever the nominee is, better answer, or we're not going to win, and we're going to see Republicans continuing to be complicit in big government gambits under Hillary Clinton as they were under President Obama, because they can go back to their "we have to protect our majorities" excuse, and that's what it is, an excuse. Kent in Franklin Park.
Hey, good morning. It sounds like a horrible deal, first of all. Ryan should stand up against it. The Republicans shouldn't vote for it. If they do, the people that are voting for it should vote them out, period. And, I can't understand how you could, the only accomplishments the Republicans have said they had, which is, the cost to sponsor, they're going to give up.
Yes. Thanks for the call, Kent. Accomplishments during the Boehner majority have turned out to be very fleeting.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, an eatery that's offering a very unique discount for some patrons. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. Cloudy, breezy. There's going to be periods of rain this afternoon, a high of 59 degrees. Tonight, the rain continues. Light drizzle and 51 degrees. And tomorrow, some clouds. Breezy conditions with rain tapering to a couple of passing showers by the afternoon. A high of 57. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Amy and Dan, it's heavy early on the eastbound Adams Tollway. First from 59 to Bartlett Road, then really slow from past Barrington Road to Meacham and Bussey to the Tri-State. Westbound, there's a crash at Roselle Road in the right lane. Northbound Tri-State slow from the 83rd Street toll to Archer, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and really slow from the Cermak toll to 290. Eden's inbound, already 23 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound fine at 19. The Kennedy, 23 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Eisenhower, 38 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 30. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Speaking of Chicago Radio Deals, it's time for a little R&R courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Escape to Wisconsin with an overnight stay for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. You can spend the night in Molly's room, their 2-room luxury suite with a private bath and concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies. Yours for only $79 a couple, valued at $169. If you need to stay closer to home but want a night out, laugh out loud and be a part of the show at Comedy Sports Improv. Tickets are normally $44 a pair, but you can find them on ChicagoRadioDeals.com for only $22. And backed by popular demand, experience Gaylord Fine Indian Cuisine. Gaylord serves an extensive lunch and dinner menu of delicious Indian food. This deal only $25 for a $50 gift card. Gaylord Fine Indian Cuisine is on Mall Drive, just south of Woodfield Mall. And make a date night and take advantage of all the restaurant deals waiting for you only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
The gospel truth about it is that the thing I'm most excited about is that after having my gallbladder out 3 years ago, I had constant pain in my side that was something that they couldn't attribute to anything other than probably a poor diet. Since I've been on these supplements, is really making a difference in my life. I feel better. I have no pain.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
If you're a small business owner, you know that image is everything. This is Dina, manager of Aunt D's Slots and Wine Bar in Hickory Hills. As an upscale venue, our clients expect a clean and presentable business. After a year of heavy traffic, our carpet really showed the stains from numerous wine tastings and special events that we couldn't clean ourselves. We called Executive Green Carpet Cleaning when we heard about their no-risk guarantee, promising that we would be happy or we wouldn't need to pay. They scheduled a time convenient for us, not what fit their calendar. Executive Green used their own purified water and non-toxic solution. It left the carpet residue-free and even took wine stains out we thought were permanent. If you're a small business owner looking to clean carpet, upholstery, tile, and more, call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
Call 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. That's executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Is it a personal question to ask somebody if they have a concealed carry permit? Dan, you know where I'm going with this. So, hey, Dan,
No.
do you have a concealed carry permit?
Yeah.
Yeah, what? No? Yes? Is it a personal question? I mean, is it similar to asking a woman how old she is or
No, it's
if she's pregnant or...
I guess it's a personal question because you're asking the person if they possess a license to do something, but I would say it's like asking me if I have a driver's license. Yes, I have a driver's license. Yes, I have a concealed carry permit. And that gets me 25% off this Cajun restaurant in Indiana.
Oh, that's why you wanted to go to lunch there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I got a deal for you. We'll just drive a few hours, 3.5 hours, have lunch, come back.
Let's go to Papa Rose. I feel like Indiana today. And the reason is the owner of this Indiana Cajun restaurant was robbed last weekend, came up with a simple solution, offered discounts at his restaurant to customers who pack heat.
That's awesome.
That's the special today. Cold 45. And I don't mean the Billy D. Williams kind. 25% off to anyone who presents a concealed carry license. He posted on Facebook. This is Art Bouvier.
Yes, correct.
He's not related to the Bouvier sisters from The
I
Simpsons.
don't think
wonder.
so.
He writes, but hell, if thugs are going to come in and threaten our extended family with guns, you better believe I will use every trick I know to protect them. Protect our family, I mean, not the thugs. And thanks for the clarification. I don't want Papa Row. Papa Row?
I know, it's Papa
Row. Papa Row.
Po' Boys and Cajun Eats.
Yeah, I don't want it to turn into the OK Corral, but I don't want to be an easy target, said Bouvier. He said he's already been accused of stirring up controversy, being a media whore, and it's even been implied that he staged the whole thing, and he said, I don't have time to feed the trolls, and neither should you. So
that's what
I
don't
like this guy.
that people thought it was a publicity stunt. No, I mean, no one was hurt in the robbery, but the robber claimed to have a gun, so they want to make sure that they're protected. And if you go to his restaurant and you're packing heat, you're essentially the security guard. I mean, that's what you're doing. You're helping and protecting other customers from being robbed. And now that all the perps and thugs out there, Dan, know that people are packing, I think that they'll think twice before going to Papa Po' Boys and Cajun Eats.
Yeah, this is apparently the east side of Indianapolis, and he's not the only restaurant. There's been a number of robberies in that neighborhood. And 8950 East 10th Street in Indianapolis.
8950.
Yeah.
Where am I going? Where am I meeting you? 8950 East 10th Street.
I'll just order, and you can pick it up. I'll make a copy of my CCW, CCL, depending on which acronym you like, license, and then you can just, it's like a little 3-hour jaunt, 4-hour jaunt.
The sandwich won't be soggy by the time I get back.
It looks, the po' boys look pretty good from what I'm seeing here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. And 25% off. That's a gracious offer there.
I'll do the Creole and a po' boy with, with an unsweetened iced tea. If anybody else has an order, Amy's shooting off to Indianapolis after the show to Papa Rose, so we'll Since she's there, she might as well pick up your order too. You just give us a call, 312-642-5600. What's wrong with that? I mean, you have people that have concealed carry licenses in Indiana, like every other state now, thankfully. And so if he wants to offer that kind of discount, why not? And even if it was something where he decided, oh, this could be good for business too, so what? Well, what's the problem? I love it.
Some people say, oh, guns. Well, there's so much a big fear of guns out there that.
Well, yeah, you have all these morons in Chicago with their little stickers, their little, no gun stickers on the door of their restaurant. You please come in and rob me.
Right. Because no one here is carrying, so this is a perfect place.
They kind of don't understand the point, do they? No. And they kind of have the idea of an armed society being a civil society kind of lost on them. But that's what it is. It's stigma. It's interesting. I took a basic pistol course over the weekend, NRA, from an NRA instructor, Ed Bryan, who's also a pastor, actually.
Oh, wow.
Protestant pastor. It's very interesting.
A pastor packing heat. I like it.
But the conversation was about precisely that. It's about the stigma of guns because of some of the media hysteria. And the media hysteria comes from the same problem. People have had no exposure to guns. So they kind of anthropomorphize guns as these objects possessed by evil rather than in control of a responsible or sometimes, unfortunately, irresponsible person. But if you actually expose yourself and go through a proper training class, all of the the mystery around it goes away. Ed Bryan told a story. It was great. He's like, I had a couple that came into my class, and I ask everybody, so why you're here, what's your experience with guns, and the wife of the guy who came together as a couple said, I'm just here because my idiot husband thinks having a gun in the house is a good idea. And he said, okay, well, he said by the end of the class, she was picking out her own gun.
Good. I did a stand-up one time with a weapon for a series that I was doing about a shooting club in Indiana. It was going to air on NBC. My news director pulled me in and she said, what is wrong with you? Because I did a stand-up shooting at the targets, and it was a moving target, and I
Well,
practiced.
You're not supposed to shoot at cars.
No, stop it. She was horrified. She said, you are a reporter. You cannot shoot a weapon. That is encouraging other people to grab weapons. And I said, I have a right as an American citizen to arm myself. And it's a sport for a lot of people. That's why I did the story. And she said, you're lucky I'm not putting you on probation.
Yeah.
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 Well, I learned early that those liberal, news directors don't like Second Amendment rights.
Yeah. It's a lot of ignorance out there, but I appreciate the Annie Oakley effort.
From my cold, dead hands.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure? Losing the family home? Well, you'd be not alone, so please listen to this. There are a lot of issues in a foreclosure, legal issues, factual issues. Dozens so far, and more coming to light every day. You see, people, we are in the aftermath of what will go down in history as the greatest financial crime in history, from which a lot of people profited immensely. And these people did not always do things entirely legally. That is a foregone conclusion. I'm Lou Bridges. I put together a law firm dedicated to foreclosure defense and to avoiding foreclosure by working with the banks, based on a thorough examination and analysis of all the potential issues and questions. And we have surrounded ourselves with people equally committed to this pursuit of justice.
Call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231. Or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense firm and discover the legal tools at your disposal.
Gentlemen, Dan Proft here. Guys, when it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours, so go ahead and do yourself a favor and get your levels checked, call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305, or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Prof sent you.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, I am so excited. The founder of DiedInhouse.com is going to be joining us, and we'll tell you if somebody, what you can do to find out if somebody died in your home.
In addition to those that died in your home at your hands. That's what we mean.
But first, just in time for Halloween, but first let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Mike Scott.
50 degrees outside. We have gray skies. Winds out of the south at 9. And the U.S. House could vote as early as tomorrow on a budget agreement. Could avert a government shutdown in December. The differences become stark when broken down by party affiliation. But overall, 50% of the public is fine with the idea of shutting down the government or halting its borrowing ability unless there are spending cuts. U.S. Navy warships sailed safely past one of China's artificially created islands in the South China Sea. The challenge to Chinese sovereignty claims did not pass unnoticed, as China says the move threatens regional peace. Casualties still being counted following a magnitude 7.5 earthquake impacting regions in Pakistan and Afghanistan, the death toll at 311. General Motors doesn't even make the Chevy Lumina and Oldsmobile Intrigue anymore, but they're being recalled for the third time in 7 years. GM recalling cars like those and others that can leak oil and catch fire, damaging garages and houses. GM says it's recalling the cars because repairs from the first two recalls did not work. More than 1,300 cars caught fire after being fixed. The recall covers 1.4 million cars dating back to 1997. An investigation continues following what police are saying is a murder-suicide at a Bolingbrook Industrial Park at YCB International yesterday. A gymnastics coach in suburban Schaumburg accused of sexually abusing two disabled girls at a gymnastics competition in Georgia. Patricia Herman is the CEO and founder of that organization. And the Chicago Public Schools are expected to recommend plans for 2 new charter schools and a plan to place existing charter schools, 10 of them, on an academic warning list is being formulated as well. Chicago sports, Johnny Taves with the game winner in OT. Blackhawks over Anaheim 1-0. NBA tips off. Derrick Rose and the boys take on Cleveland this evening. The news is a service of Think It Up, and a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher wants the left to get real about guns.
Because we know that the shooter in Oregon would have absolutely obeyed the no concealed weapons permit law on campus at Umpqua Community College, right? Of course he would have. He was a good guy. He was just misunderstood. Bunch of damn fools. These people on the left aren't willing to have a serious conversation about guns.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is the top choice of doctors and nurses nationwide and should be yours. With one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner provides an accurate temperature, stress-free. Available at Walgreens.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I promise to reform our prison system and fix it once and for all.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Great coffee. Period.
It's that time of year. There's going to be a lot that scares you. Replacing your windows shouldn't be one of them. Right now, get 2 windows for the price of 1, plus no money down and no interest until 2017. Say goodbye to high heating bills with energy-efficient windows from Feldco. Hurry, this treat and 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Saturday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
6:36 is our time, and let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound delay started Devon, 23 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy is 26 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 30. The Eisenhower, 40 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 37. Stevenson at 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57. 30 minutes, I-80 to the Merge, Bishop 423. Northbound Tri-State, slow in pockets from Southwest Highway to 31st, then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway. Stop and go from past Barrington Road to Meacham and Busty to the Tri-State. Reagan Tollway slow from before Farnsworth to 59. A truck lost its cargo of pallets in the two right lanes. Traffic service the foundation for a better life. Many rose up with violence. He sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength within his soul. Pass it on from the foundation for a better life. Values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Cloudy and breezy this morning. Rain begins this afternoon. 59 for a high temp and a low of 51 overnight, with rain increasing throughout the evening, getting heavy at times, leading to a cloudy and breezy day tomorrow. 50 at O'Hare, 52 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560 The Answer.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's a dead man's party. Who could ask for more? Everybody's coming. Leave your body at the door.
Dan and Amy, Amy, you believe in the occult, right?
And the what?
The occult.
Yes.
Yes, you are into seances and
Well, I'm not into seances, but I do believe in haunted houses.
and you believe you live in one.
Yeah, my cat a few times in the middle of the night responds to some spirit or object that seems to be reappearing in my house, and he gets up and he shh and hisses it. And it's not the other cat. There's something in that house. The house is from 1883, and I do believe something catastrophic happened there. I believe that there was either a mass murder or some type of murder. I'm not making this up in that house.
Yeah. Well, there's a website now, so you don't just have to rely on your cat's instincts. Oh, boy. The website diedinhouse.com, which, as the website would indicate, is the best way to find out if anyone has ever died in your house. Again, not at your hands. And we're joined now by the founder of that website, Roy Condrey. Roy, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. How you doing?
Good morning. And so before we get into the information that your website provides, what was the genesis of the idea for this website?
Well, basically, I have some rental properties. I had a tenant text me in the middle of the night asking me, well, she told me that my house is haunted. So I got online looking for a diedinhouse.com, a home genealogy site. Didn't find any help. And then started doing a lot of research. And what I found out was very time-consuming. I found out there's no laws stating that if someone did die in a house, no matter how it was occurred, it doesn't have to be disclosed. And I also found out that a lot of people were looking for this information. There were Google pages after pages asking for the same information as someone died in my house.
Well, I would have been so desperate as to go back to the public library and go through film to see if anybody died in the house.
Right, yeah. So the advice I got at the time was, check your local town records, and police department, vital records, check online, talk to the neighbors, talk to the agent. But the easiest thing to do is find out who bought that house. Looking for the spouse, the niece, the aunt, uncle, grandparents, roommate, whoever. That's where it gets difficult. So you really have to find everyone that's lived at that house, find out if they're deceased, and then find out where they died.
Check for Chuck.
Very time-consuming.
You could check for Chuck outlines, too, in the house. That would also be an indicator.
No, I mean, it's serious, because if your house is haunted, trust me, you are not going to want to live there. I'm going to do something crazy to get rid of my ghost. But, I mean, honestly, Please don't think that
Please do tell.
Well, there's you can have an exorcism to try to.
Oh, Roy, do you do exorcisms? Amy's in the market.
We don't. We do know people that have that information for you.
Yeah, no, and also too, my sister lives in Glendale, Kirkwood area, Missouri, and one of their neighbors' house was haunted, and they had an exorcism on the house. And these are your people, Catholics from Mary Queen of Peace. They came and they performed an exorcism to get the demons out of the house.
What if the demon turns out to be you?
Stop it. All right, but so in your case, in your situation, how did you rid the home of the ghost?
Well, like I said, that house, no one's died in it. That's basically our business. Our job is to help you find out if someone's died in the house or not.
Okay, so the woman renting your property, was she right? Or did someone die in that house?
No one died in that house from what I found, but I found that a married couple died in the other property. So that's where I started looking into the disclosure laws, and I found out that basically 15 states have a law that's not even worth the ink, and South Carolina is one of them. But it says if the buyer asks the seller and the seller knows, then they should tell the truth, but no legal action can be held against them for not. So, most people aren't going to disclose, in my opinion.
And so now, what kind of records have you compiled then in terms of kind of a national database of this information that people can access at diedinhouse.com?
Well, we searched through 130 million records, and we have 4.5 million positive deaths at an address.
Wow.
So we know we're not going to be able to find every death at an address. If, maybe it was, records didn't start getting digitized until the 80s, and every death not documented the location. So what we also do is provide you a list of all those names associated to the house, then let you know out of that list who's deceased, and that expedites your process. You can go and pinpoint whose record you want to pull from your town hall, police department.
How does that information affect the home's property value?
There was a guy named Randall Bell out of California. He's a stigmatized property appraiser. He's been to O.J. Simpson, Katrina. He's always called in for all these big things, 9/11. He states that a death in a home, especially a violent death, can impact its value by 25% or more and take it up to 50% longer to sell.
That's why I only buy homes where there's been a violent death, because I'm frugal.
Right. Well, it is. If you really don't care, we're talking the paranormal side of things, and that's the low-hanging fruit. Everybody goes there, but there's also people that may not believe in paranormal. They just don't want to live in a house with that history. There's also something you need to consider is the tourist attraction factor of it. Jodi Arias' house, Travis Alexander's house. Jodi Arias killed him there.
Right.
That house was sold as is. They did the forensics, tore the bathroom all up. People bought it as is. They thought the bathroom was vandalized. They lived in it before the trial started. When the trial happened, everybody driving by the house. The guy said people walking up to his door, talking from the yard. So you got to consider those things. And then, of course, we already talked about the value of it, how it impacts it.
What about finding reported meth activity or fire incidents?
Yeah, reported meth activity. You just look to see if Vominos Pest is outside, and then that's a little Breaking Bad reference.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
Right. So we're trying to we're becoming more of a stigmatized property comprehensive research tool, I guess. And we started adding meth data last year, and basically meth has similar laws where you have a law stating it has to be disclosed to the buyer, and then also there's a regulation stating how it should be cleaned. Some states have both of those. Some may just have the law, and the others may just have the regulations. Some don't even address it at all. So, meth, those chemicals, those guys aren't scientists, and they're just throwing chemicals all over the place. So if it's still sitting around, hasn't been cleaned up, it could cause long-term health issues for you, miscarriages and such.
And so how do you identify if a home had been used as a meth lab, maybe through police records or?
Correct.
And what about fires too?
Yeah.
Fire death? Yeah, yes. We have over 8 million records of fires at an address.
Wow. Because I had a fire in my house when I was growing up in Mount Prospect, and so you're supposed to, when you sell that house, disclose that information?
Yeah, the fire information, it should be disclosed to you. Even though there's laws stating things should be disclosed, it's not always disclosed. When it comes to stigmatized data, that should be disclosed at the closing. I would say most states require that. But I'll say this, even though there's a law, So in California, they do have a law to disclose death. It's within 3 years of the closing. So 3 years and a day, they don't have to. But even with that law, there was a murder back in 2012, I believe 2013. This Brittany Kilgore, she was murdered down in this sex dungeon by these two women and a man. They were just convicted like last week, by the way. But that home sold within a year before the trial in California, and it wasn't disclosed to them. I'd asked, why didn't they go after her, take it to court? And that takes time and money that they can't afford to be out of work to fight a case like that. So they just decided to stay there.
Can I encourage you to add a field in your databases to homes that Amy Jacobson has owned or lived in as well, just to disclose that to potential buyers? Actually, this whole thing, I mean, the information, the stories, the information you've compiled, the stories you have now, it almost sets up for like a reality show on Discovery Channel or something.
That's interesting. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Dan's always got he's the man with the ideas.
I'll tell you, I could be your agent. Take my normal 10%. I mean, I'm
you take 20.
not greedy. Not greedy. Let's get a development deal together, Roy. I mean, what do you think?
I can host it because I'm crazy.
Sure. Yeah. There you go.
I'll have cats follow me everywhere too.
Let me tell you another reason why it's important. When this happens, a murder suicide happens, or some tragic death occurs, they're going to try to sell that house for comparable values, but they're not going to disclose that information to you. So what usually happens, everyone in the area knows of this event, and they don't buy it. It sits there, and they try to sell it, and the price keeps tearing down. Eventually, it's going to go for foreclosure and auction, what have you. Some investor buys it. They buy it for a really good discount, and now they turn it around and sell it to an unsuspecting buyer, a year or two down the road.
That's a good
then
point.
You move in, and you find out after you moved in. And our purpose is we know not everyone may not care about this. This tool is for people that may care. We're trying to help them. But we believe that you should make the decision yourself if you're comfortable or not.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, maybe that's why Jordan's house in Highland Park has been cut in half.
Oh, yeah.
It was $29 million. Now it's 14. I need to dig into that address before I purchase it. All right, Roy Condrey, the founder of the website diedinhouse.com. Very interesting. Thanks for joining us, Roy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro I'm not scared answer line.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're acting like a child.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
All right, read it.
Text from Ann B. Davis's bowling ball. Purchasing a home in Bolingbrook, previously owned by Drew Peterson. Can you have your guy check for deaths? Nice.
Here's your forecast for today. Cloudy, breezy. We're going to have rain. It's going to be a soggy day, a high of 59 degrees. Tonight, the rain continues into tomorrow morning. Then it'll be tapering off, but a couple of passing showers, a high of 57. Let's get the travel times to see if it's haunted out on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Got a box of Count Chocula in the car. On the inbound Edens, though, it's really bottled up right now. From Old Orchard to the Junction, early heavy delays on the Edens. 36 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Up on 26, the Kennedy. 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Up on 35, the Ike. 42 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. Up on 41, the Stevenson. 51 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Slow Southwest Highway to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway really slow most of the way from Beverly to Meacham and Elmhurst Road to the Tri-State. Westbound, 53 to Roselle with a crash in the right lane. The Reagan Tollway, heavy delay from the Aurora Toll to 59. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Scary.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Val Dior for Lou Dobbs. Corporate profits, economic reports, and the Federal Reserve in focus on Wall Street. And we're watching crude oil trade near a 2-month low. Those stories coming up next.
Health Markets Insurance Agency is the DBA of Inspire Insurance Solutions Incorporated, licensed in all states. Product availability varies. Agents may be compensated on enrollment. Attention Americans eligible for Medicare. Medicare plans are changing. New plans are now available that could increase your benefits and lower how much you pay. At Health Markets, our free service can help you find the Medicare plan that's right for you without the guesswork. Even if you're currently enrolled in a Medicare plan, you may be paying more than you need to and missing out on important benefits. This year's Medicare plan changes could mean more coverage and lower costs, but enrollment is not automatic. Call Health Markets today and we'll search thousands of Medicare plans from leading insurance companies. Plans that may cost less and cover more, with lower copayments, more choices like dental and vision care, and the freedom to see the doctors you choose. Best of all, our service is free. Don't let the Medicare deadline pass. Call Health Markets and let us find the right Medicare plan for you without cost or obligation. Call 800-971-0385. 800-971-0385. 800-971-0385.
A lot of information for investors to digest as the Federal Reserve begins its two-day meeting on monetary policy and interest rates. Alibaba, DuPont, Ford, Merck, Pfizer, and UPS among the companies issuing earnings reports ahead of the opening bell. We're likely to see increased trading in the stock of Apple, Gilead Sciences, and also Twitter, all posting quarterly results after the closing bell. Wall Street investors also reacting to the latest reports on durable goods orders, home prices, manufacturing, and consumer confidence. And we're keeping an eye out for continued weakness in the crude oil market. Demand concerns driving oil prices down nearly 5% over the past week. The December crude contract ended at a 2-month low yesterday, settling under $44 a barrel. Please tune in to Lou Dobbs Tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Val Dior for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
My brother Chris is allergic to talking about retirement. Bring up his future and you'll get glazed eyes and awkward answers. Don't believe me? Let's try it. Chris, when will you retire?
Ha! You darn right I like nachos.
See what I mean? Chris, do you have a retirement account?
It's gotta be the right kind of cheese.
One last time. Are you ever going to retire?
And don't forget jalapenos. I love jalapenos.
Good for you, buddy.
Avoiding the retirement conversation? At the Mutual Fund Store, we get it, and our advisors are here to help. Whether you're storing 401k statements in a shoebox, can't tell a traditional from a Roth IRA, or include piggy bank as one of your retirement accounts, there are no judgments here. We'll simply sit down with you one-on-one, talk about where you're at, and help you put a plan in place to get you where you want to be tomorrow. Let's get the conversation started today with a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream idea brought to you in part by the Illinois Opportunity Project. In the brave new world of big data, sometimes we forget that politics is about people's lives. When we forget this fundamental truth, people without political clout get hurt, and all of us suffer a loss of dignity in the process. And so the number for your consideration in this installment of Illinois by the Numbers is 47. 47th is where Illinois ranks nationally in the provision of services to persons with developmental disabilities. Providing or not providing for those who need state support through no fault of their own is a mirror that reflects our humanity, our moral health. The result is families who have a family member with a developmental disability have fled Illinois just as entrepreneurs have to live in, well, more civilized states. This is happening on our watch. As an Illinois resident, this is happening on my watch. We are all culpable, and now none of us can any longer pretend not to know. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, this haunted house in the middle of my block. Amy's apparently not the only one in a haunted house. Mike on the north side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to tell you, off of Edison, not too far from Amy, is a block with 3 haunted houses. One of them, a little girl died, and she scratches men for in there, her ghost. There's another one where a husband was killed by his wife's lover, and he tries to strangle anyone that sleeps in it. And my friend's house was owned by a gardener, and his wife and daughter have seen a ghost rub his hair and his cheek while he was sleeping. And 2 of the houses are next to each other, and some ghost hunter had said that the driveway is a porthole to a ghostly dimension. Now, Ed Burke could charge him a congestion tax to hire more police officers.
I was waiting for the punchline.
I thought we were
Thanks
talking
for the
about
call,
Rom's
Mike.
house, which is nearby.
Boy, this has gone into a sci-fi space here.
I've coughed up scarier stuff than that.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
If you could choose any school from which to earn your college degree and be on your way to a better life, would you choose a school the Wall Street Journal recognized for producing some of the best qualified graduates? One the Princeton Review ranked as a leader in undergraduate education? And one U.S. News & World Report named #1 in the nation for innovation ahead of both MIT and Stanford? Discover why Arizona State University is a clear choice for your future. In addition, ASU Online offers over 100 graduate and undergraduate programs you can take 100% online and on your schedule. You'll receive the exact same curriculum, degree, and prestigious faculty as our on-campus students. For information, call 1-800-720-2358. U.S. News & World Report also ranked ASU in the top 10 best places to earn an online degree. So get started today and learn to thrive with Arizona State University online. Call today at 1-800-720-2358. That's 1-800-720-2358.
You know, recently my mom had open heart surgery and she was recovering at the hospital for a long time, and she was just miserable without her pillow from MyPillow because she forgot to take it with her.
They kind of form to you, and I was able to get the support I needed for my neck and my upper back, and it was great. Every day they ask you what's your pain level and how's your pain level, and it went down. It kept going down. I think a lot of it is attributed to that pillow.
And she'll never go anywhere without her MyPillow again. So be like Louise and get a pillow from MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com, type Amy, A-M-Y, in the promo code. You'll get 2 pillows for the price of one, so you could give one as a gift and keep one for yourself. Or you can call the 800 number, 800-489-0201, 800-489-0201. MyPillow, really just an unbelievable lifesaver for my mom, who finally got sleep after that surgery. MyPillow, the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, American-made, tens of thousands of satisfied customers. So why don't you be one too? Go to MyPillow.com, Amy in the promo code, or 800-489-0201.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us, trustinamerican.com. That's trustinamerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Former ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, joins us at 7:07.
And why the IRS is still targeting conservatives, we'll explain. But first, here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the stories we're watching right now: a gymnastics coach accused of sexually abusing disabled girls, and a new plan for new charter schools. Cloudy and breezy today. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. There may not be a showdown over raising the debt limit next month or a government shutdown in December. There's a budget deal in place to avoid all that. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Republican House leaders reached the late-night budget agreement with the White House, putting off spending fights through 2016. The agreement, which gives the Pentagon and domestic agencies $80 billion of relief in exchange for cuts elsewhere, is expected to get a vote tomorrow. Some conservative groups say the deal represents the worst of Washington. Republican Darrell Issa said it was important to strike an agreement before Paul Ryan is elected House Speaker. Dave.
Now, Rachel, they haven't been happy, those conservatives, with Speaker John Boehner, who's about to leave. The vote to replace him, likely with Paul Ryan, is set for later this week. President Obama will go to Chicago today to address a conference of police chiefs at a time of increased murders in many U.S. cities. FBI Director James Comey has a theory.
He says violent crime is on the rise due to a hesitancy among police to effectively combat crime. He calls it the Ferguson effect.
Fox's Kelly Wright. The White House disputes Comey's contention. Rescue crews are still trying to reach mountainous areas cut off by yesterday's powerful earthquake. The number dead is now to at least 311 in Afghanistan and Pakistan, more than 2,000 people injured. China is upset over where an American warship went, saying it'll hurt relations with the U.S.
The USS Lassen, sailing within 12 nautical miles of reefs Beijing is building up into possible military outposts in the South China Sea, the U.S. defying what China would now call its territorial waters.
That's Fox News Radio's Alistair Wanklin in our Asia Bureau. If you vape, be careful what you pack. New federal regulations going into effect at airports next month will prohibit e-cigarettes from being in checked bags. They are blamed for 26 luggage explosions or fires the past several years. The devices can be carried on planes, but you're told not to recharge them in flight. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies in Chicago, 50 degrees, winds out of the east at 10. 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. A Chicago man is accused of killing his teen brother, Brad Nicholson, appeared in court yesterday on first-degree murder charges. Prosecutors claim he gunned down Ryan Nicholson last Friday at their Northwest Side home. A Northwest suburban man faces murder charges after his roommate was stabbed to death. Brandon Napolitan was arrested in Madison, Wisconsin. Police say Darrell Fox was found dead Sunday at an apartment complex in Woodstock. An autopsy shows he died of blunt force trauma to the neck. New information coming out about former Chicago Public Schools CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett. Sun-Times says the FBI investigated her role in a $40 million textbook contract awarded during her time with the Detroit Public Schools. The probe took place before she began working for CPS. Detroit schools say no one from Chicago contacted them about the investigation. Byrd Bennett pleaded guilty in Chicago earlier this month, steering $23 million worth of no-bid contracts to an education consulting firm that she formerly worked for. An investigation continues into what police are calling a murder-suicide at a Bolingbrook Industrial Park. Officers were called yesterday morning about a shooting at YCB International where Zinling Zhang of Naperville and DeGang Zhang of Aurora were found dead on the scene. Mayor Emanuel's tax-laden budget took a step closer to passage on Wednesday with a few refinements by aldermen. As our AM 560's David Stewart reports, the mayor's still trying to defend that giant tax hike.
Standing with city tree trimming crews, the mayor boasted the new budget means improved services to the neighborhoods. And in his strongest yet slap at the preceding Daley administration, Emanuel said the budget marks the end of decades of hiding the true cost of government.
Raiding the rainy day fund in the past was hiding the real cost of the budget from people. That was phony. Taking one-time revenue sources rather than dealing with it fundamentally, that was actually phony. Scoop and toss that actually borrowed from the future to pay today's operating expenses. We've cut that dramatically. That was phony.
Emanuel's budget includes $588 million in new property taxes, plus a host of other new taxes and fees. David Stewart, Chicago.
Blackhawks beat Anaheim last night, 1-0 in overtime. NBA tonight, Derrick Rose and the boys take on Cleveland in the NBA Lid Lifter. The news, a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines. Great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. FlyMKE.com. Learn why Milwaukee's airports are the O'Hare alternative. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
It's the Can-Am Spyder Yellow Tag event, and it's time to experience the ultimate thrill ride. Hit the open road on a Can-Am Spyder. With its unique Y-frame design, you can ride all day with total freedom and confidence. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 Can-Am Spyder models. Plus, get up to a 3-year warranty.
Visit iMotorsports in Elmhurst or online at iMotorsportsinc.com.
Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. It's getting heavier on the inbound Kennedy now. It's 40 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. The express lanes save maybe a minute. Outbound 39 minutes downtown to O'Hare. The Eden's 36 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 26. The Eisenhower out an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. 49 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 42 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 52 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. The Rhine is 35 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, Bishop Ford, both 35 minutes from I-80 to the Merge. Northbound Tri-State slow, 111th, 31st, and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Adams Tollway stop and go, Higgins to Meacham, and Elmhurst to the Tri-State. Reagan Tollway delays, the Aurora Toll to 59, 22nd at 290, Veterans Memorial, Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to St. Charles, and North Avenue to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Cloudy and breezy today with periods of afternoon rain, wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour, high 59. Then rain for tonight and breezy with gusts up to 35 miles per hour, a low of 51. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
50 at O'Hare, 52 along the lakefront. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Market Overdrive with Carla Mina. 2 power hours of real estate trends, secrets, and advice heard every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
New signs of potential trouble for Donald Trump. New numbers tonight. The third poll in a row now showing Trump losing to Dr. Ben Carson in Iowa by double digits, 14 points.
I'm number 2 in Iowa. I said I don't believe it.
That's all it says. Let's try something new. We tried Obama, right? Time for a change, so we got to change. So now let's try something new. Right. Let's run America like a business.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, good morning. It's not just Iowa anymore for Ben Carson. CBS New York Times survey just posted has Ben Carson in a statistical dead heat with Donald Trump nationally.
Ooh.
26 Carson, 22 Trump.
I could hear the headlines all day today. Trump in trouble.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if that translates in the to Carson making a substantial move in early states in addition to Iowa. But now to matters geopolitical. We're joined by our friend, former ambassador to the UN, John Bolton. Ambassador Bolton, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, good morning. Thanks again for having me.
So that cozy state visit with President Xi and President Obama just a few weeks ago, it doesn't seem to be translating into friendliness at sea. Explain to us what's happening in the South China Sea and the effort by the U.S. to protect shipping routes.
Well, basically, what China is trying to do is take the South China Sea, which is international waters with a lot of competing territorial claims over the islands there, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei. China's trying to make it into a province of China. So what people are hearing and reading about today is what's called a freedom of navigation exercise by the United States Navy. We have done this for decades all over the world, following on the example of the British in the 18th and 19th centuries to make it clear that we do not acknowledge Chinese territorial claims over these islands. The claims are disputed, and the fact that the Chinese are putting runways and military bases in doesn't change our view that their activities are illegitimate. So I think this is the right thing to do. But let's be clear, we are being tested by China, and whether the Obama administration is up to the challenge, number one, and number two, whether the Obama administration has a real strategy to deal with China, very much up in the air as far as I'm concerned.
All right, so what do you think is going to happen? This Navy destroyer is within 10 miles of this man-made island. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think that if I were in Beijing, I would bring my own ships into the waters there, and I would challenge this. I'd get very close to the American ship. I'd provoke them. I'd see what happens. Let's be clear: a destroyer, as far as the U.S. Navy goes, is a small ship. And it's apparently out there alone, which makes it even worse because you're in Chinese backyard, basically. And I think if the vessel is crowded, or even more dramatically, if there is an incident at sea and we back down, I think that's worse than not having sent a freedom of navigation exercise at all. And that's why I'm worried, because we know from leaks from the Pentagon, this mission was requested months ago. Similar missions were requested before that. The White House has dawdled on this for a long time. Now they've approved it, but it's not clear to me that they've thought it through. So while, better late than never in a sense, I'm just worried that the administration doesn't have the backbone to carry through on it if they run into difficulties.
And you see this Chinese provocation as this testing of America, as you describe it, the basis of it being what the Chinese have seen America do as it pertains to Russia, as it pertains to the Middle East and elsewhere?
No, I think that's clearly based on their experience, their evaluation of Barack Obama, and the fact that he only has 15 months left in office. The Chinese don't know any better than we do who will win in November of next year. So they're going to take advantage of the remaining time that Obama has in the White House to advance their agenda. It's not confined to the South China Sea. Look at the Chinese hacking efforts. Despite the visit and the comment by the president that we've agreed we're going to lay off this commercial espionage, the Chinese haven't slowed down at all. They have one of the biggest, most sophisticated cyber warfare programs in the world. They have one of the largest anti-satellite programs in the world, intended to blind our eyes in the sky in time of conflict. They are building a blue water Navy capability for the first time in 600 years. I mean, I could go on. This list is very long. And they see a president who is decreasing the American budget, not asserting American influence in Eastern and Central Europe, in the Middle East. So they see a declining America and a rising China, and they think they've got the big mo, and that's what they're doing in the South China Sea.
Moving to another theater, I was rather amused, if the situation weren't so serious. This headline in the Washington Times over the weekend: Iranian aggression since Obama nuclear deal looms as a headache for Democrats. It turns out that Democrats are a little concerned that our new partner in peace, the lead state sponsor of terrorism in the world, has been rather aggressive, rather persnickety since this deal was inked.
Look, I never believed that the Iranian government had the slightest intention whatever of abiding by the nuclear deal. It's been predicted for years. I've been predicting it. Others have been predicting it. It's just as plain as the nose on your face that they thought they could sucker us into this arrangement, legitimize their regime, legitimize their nuclear program, get their tens of billions of dollars of assets unfrozen, escape from the international sanctions, and then proceed toward the deliverable nuclear weapons capability that they've been seeking for 30 years. Now they've actually persuaded or agreed with the Russians for the Russians to build an air base in Syria to be used against the enemies of the Assad regime, which has been, in effect, a satellite of Iran's for a long time. Once again, Iran is on a roll. It has the momentum. It has the options. It sees the future ahead of it. And the United States is effectively withdrawing from the region. What is the Obama administration's real answer to the Russian increase in its military presence, to these thumbs in the eye from Iran on the nuclear deal? By goodness, they have sent John Kerry to deal with violence on the Temple Mount. I mean, really, an instinct for the capillary, if there ever was one.
It's a joke, and so is our latest, problem in Iraq. I mean, we raided that ISIS prison, U.S. Special Forces. Carter came out and said that, Ash Carter saying the soldier who gave his life died in combat, but yet President Obama says we're not in combat.
Yeah, look, there are two things going on here. One is the military, like every sophisticated profession, has a kind of jargon. They talk in terms of missions. So the mission here is train and advise and assist. It's not a combat mission. But there's not a single American service member anywhere in the world who doesn't think those people in Iraq are engaged in or very close to combat, that they're in a combat theater. But the second thing that's going on here is White House politics. And much like Benghazi, they couldn't admit that terrorism was growing in Libya because that would admit that their worldview of the terrorist threat was wrong. So, too, here, they can't admit that we're at war again in Iraq after they pulled everybody out in 2011. And, in fact, in my judgment, we're back because ISIS and others were able to take advantage of the American withdrawal to create the situation we've got now.
Speaking of Benghazi, your assessment of how Republicans did in questioning Hillary Clinton when she testified before the committee last week, and was there anything that surprised you?
Well, optically, politically, in terms of media coverage, you'd think Hillary was already in the White House. In fact, there were a number of things disclosed that I thought were very significant, although the committee Republicans managed to bury them. I mean, the email to Chelsea Clinton the night of the attack, the memoranda of conversation that Hillary had with the Libyan prime minister and the Egyptian prime minister the next day unequivocally said that these were terrorist attacks. So it was an outright falsehood to say that it had anything to do with the famous Mohammed video, number one. Number two, Hillary's admission that although she may have spoken to Chris Stevens between the time she swore him in as our ambassador to Libya and the time he was killed, she couldn't recall what they were. Now, her answer is, well, there are 190 countries where we have diplomatic representation. I can't be on the phone to ambassadors all the time. That's true, but Libya is not Iceland. Libya was not Luxembourg. This was a high priority for the Clinton tenured Secretary of State. It was her example of her getting the United States to make an intervention there to overthrow Gaddafi. She personally picked Chris Stevens, and then she lost interest in it. I just found that stunning. And then finally was confirmation of what Leon Panetta and Joint Chiefs Chairman Martin Dempsey had said, that all day on September the 11th, 2012, after learning of the attack, she did not call them. I've worked for 6 different secretaries of state. There's not a one of them that wouldn't have been on the phone every 5 minutes saying, what are you doing to help my people? And one other thing that we've known before, but again was confirmed, Hillary Clinton left the State Department and went home in the early evening of September the 11th. It's like when the Secretary of State leaves her or his office on the 7th floor of the State Department, it's like a Navy ship captain leaving the bridge while it's under attack. It's just a signal to everybody around the world that the Secretary's going home. Now, she says, well, phones work at home. That's true. There's nothing like the State Department communication system in terms of security and reach, and there's nothing like being there with your staff. There's nothing like the signal it sends that I care enough that I'm going to stay here, and so is everybody else, until our people are safe. I think all of this represents real failure of leadership on her part. Whether that breaks through the media scrum, I don't know, but I think that's the reality.
He is former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, John Bolton. Ambassador Bolton, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks again for having me.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy forecast. It'll be breezy and rain is heading our way. It's going to be sticking around for a while. High today of 59 degrees. Rain throughout the night and tomorrow morning. It will be tapering off, a couple passing showers in the afternoon. A high of 57 degrees. Let's see if there's sticky spots on the roadway. Here's Jim Telemonte.
I mean, lots of people stuck on the inbound Eisenhower. It's now an hour and 6 minutes to get from Thorndale to downtown. 49 minutes from Manheim. The delays start at North Avenue. Outbound 42 minutes downtown to Thorndale. Edens, delays start at Old Orchard. 36 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Outbound 26. The Kennedy, running 42 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 39. The Stevenson, 52 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, it's gummed up from 111th to 31st. And then Roosevelt to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow going from the Elgin Toll to 31. There's a crash there in the two left lanes. Then very slow Barrington to Meacham and Lee to the Tri-State. The other tollways are pretty heavy too. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. Don't get stuck paying two mortgages or living with the frustration of a for sale sign in your yard forever. The answer is simple. Just call Saul Z and the Z team. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home at a price and deadline you agree to. If 29 days pass without a sale, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything because if you aren't happy, Saul lets you out of the contract. He can because Saul spends many more times than the average realtor on marketing. For example, Ossie listed his Wicker Park Bucktown home for 140 days with another realtor. Then Saul Z sold Ossie's home in only 11 days at $41,000 over the listing price. Talk about a difference in results, which is why the Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell my well-appointed condo or buy a new home. So go to callsaul.net, that's Saul, S-A-U-L.net, and find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
Have you heard the phrase, all things basement-y? Are you wondering what that means? Hi, I'm Roy Spencer. For over 36 years, Permaseal has been the company you've trusted with your waterproofing issues. But I want you to know that we're much more than just a waterproofer. From sump pumps and sewer backup prevention systems to crawl space encapsulation and basement windows, we offer everything necessary to keep your home dry and healthy. Are any of these concerns catching your attention? If so, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL to schedule a free, no-obligation inspection with one of our certified consultants. Our Permaseal team takes great pride in offering you a superior customer experience and the very best solutions for all of your basement, crawl space, and foundation repair issues. Give Permaseal a call today at 800-421-SEAL. All things basement-y. Doesn't that make sense? 800-421-SEAL or visit Permaseal.net. Permaseal has earned an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau.
Your best for being better, Permaseal.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Every night, you believe you rest easy, knowing that if something bad happens, you have insurance coverage. You've shopped around for the lowest price, secured coverage, and backburnered thinking about it ever since. But that might be a mistake. At Myers Glaros Group, they know you've worked hard for what you have, and that's why they work so hard to protect what you've built. When you purchase insurance from a single agent, chances are that that person may not be familiar with all the lines of coverage you need. The Myers Glaros Group is a team of combined specialists in each insurance category to ensure your policy coverage is accurate. Insurance is a big picture concept, and all of your important policies need to be interconnected and strong. Myers Glaros Group can keep you from unforeseen financial setbacks because you didn't understand the coverage. Insurance tailored to you and your business from Myers-Glaros Group. Your risk, your needs, their focus. Call 219-865-6447. That's 219-865-6447 or online at myersglaros.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I love what John Bolton said about Hillary leaving the State Department the early evening of the Benghazi compound attack, comparing it to a Navy captain leaving the bridge during an attack. I thought that was an appropriate comparison.
Because the captain's always supposed to stay with the ship, right?
And
Time law.
Right, like that Italian cruise captain, right?
Yeah,
That's from,
he didn't do that.
Well, Concordia? Costa Concordia, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I know what you're wondering, Amy. What did Hillary Clinton do after 11 hours of testifying before the Benghazi committee last week?
Well,
what does Hillary do in her downtime?
She does yoga. She does down dogs. She does chaturangas.
She downs dogs. A shot of tequila.
Yeah, well, that's, she did admit, talk about her drinking to Amy Schumer when she said, I drink beer, I drink some martinis, and I'll do some shots if my friends make me.
Yeah.
So maybe she went to the bar?
More repulsive, what you heard from Hillary Clinton during the Benghazi committee hearing, or what you're about to hear from Hillary Clinton and her little confab with one Rachel Maddow.
What did you do after? Well, I had my whole team come over to my house, and we sat around eating Indian food and drinking wine and beer. That's what we did. It was
it like, let's just talk about TV. Let's not talk about what just happened.
Yeah, we were all, talking about sports, TV shows.
Lie. You know that's not true.
Yeah,
it's so gross though.
All the fellas got together and had beer and wine and Indian food and talked about sports.
Sports. Think they talked about the Cubs being swept by the Mets? Maybe.
Do you
doubt it?
Do you want to?
Did they set up their fantasy football lineups? Dan?
Can you conceive of the stench? How rank that place must have been with Hillary and her pals, staff together, eating Indian food and swilling beer.
Well, and you know that we're a little ripe after 11 hours, being on the hot seat, sweating in those polyester suits.
Oh, it must have smelled like Panther by Odeon. It's quite pungent.
Musk, yeah. Rod, what cologne are you wearing?
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
High-achieving students, now is the time to take ownership of your career. Come to Strive's conference on the morality of value creation and trade to meet top business leaders, mid-career professionals, leading intellectuals, and other enterprising students. Learn how you can create value and build your career. The conference is free for current students. Pay a $50 fee to reserve your spot, then get a refund of your fee, lodging, and travel expenses when you attend. Take full advantage of this opportunity online right now at striveclubs.org. That's striveclubs.org. Enrollment is open now. striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org. Parents, family, friends, teachers, and professors, please make sure to pass this information on to a student who is serious about making the most of their life. The Morality of Value Creation and Trade Conference in Atlanta, November 6th through November 8th. This is an impressive opportunity at essentially no cost. striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR. Be careful when buying life insurance, especially if you buy the term insurance offered through your employer. According to Everett Wealth Solutions, while your employer offers you a convenience, that particular term life insurance is generally more expensive than shopping around for the best quote. Do your homework. You should never overpay for your term life insurance. Consider permanent life insurance, the kind that creates cash value savings. It's actually much less expensive than term insurance in the long run. With a full picture, you can consider all aspects of your insurance purchasing decision. Be sure to work with a fiduciary advisor that will educate you and recommend what is always in your best interest. For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein, heard Sunday evenings at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is brought to you by Everett Wealth Solutions.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, hairstylists as first responders here in Cook County. What could go wrong?
And a Jeopardy contestant gets Final Jeopardy correct metaphysically, even though she got it incorrect for the game.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Gray skies this morning and rain on the way. The remnants of Hurricane Patricia heading through the Midwest today. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott on AM 560. The Answer. Republicans will meet today for more talks about a hard-won 2-year budget plan aimed at heading off a government debt crisis and avoiding a government shutdown. It takes two volatile issues off the table until after the 2016 presidential election and before Representative Paul Ryan may become Speaker. Casualties are still being counted following a magnitude 7.5 earthquake impacting regions in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The death toll has risen to 311. The Black Friday goal of outdoor retailer REI is for its employees to see the light of day. So while other retailers duke it out for your dollars, REI will close the day after Thanksgiving. The company says it will pay employees to go outside and play instead. Chicago man accused of killing his teen brother, Brad Nicholson, appeared in court yesterday on first-degree murder charges. Prosecutors claim he gunned down Ryan Nicholson last Friday at their Northwest Side home. An investigation continues following what police are calling a murder-suicide at a Bolingbrook industrial park. Officers were called to YCB International after a shooting and found Jinling Zhang of Naperville and DeGang Zhang of Aurora dead at the scene. A gymnastics coach in Schaumburg is accused of sexually abusing two disabled girls. Patricia Herman is the CEO and founder of an organization running athletic training programs for those with disabilities. Police say she abused the victims earlier this year during a gymnastics competition in Georgia, and she may be extradited back to that southern capital. Illinois lawmakers could soon be discussing the topic of those daily fantasy sports leagues. A bill to regulate sites like DraftKings and FanDuel is expected to be introduced today. Chicago sports, Johnny Taves with the game winner. Was the Blackhawks over Anaheim in overtime, 1-0. NBA tonight, Derrick Rose, Fred Hoiberg and the boys will take on Cleveland in the NBA regular season opener. Cardinals still hold first place in the NFC West after a Monday Night Football win over the Ravens. Chris Bryant voted your Sporting News NL Rookie of the Year, and it's World Series Game 1 tonight, Royals and Mets. The news, a service of Lead Safe America. It takes just a microscopic amount of lead dust to poison a child. Learn more at leadsafeamerica.org. And a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager always puts tragedy in perspective.
I'd like a politician on the left, any Democrat, any activist for more gun laws, to be asked this question. What do you think is more likely to reduce murders by firearm? Not by knives even, but by firearms. More gun laws or more fathers?
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As your president, I will make sure that there is equal pay for women.
Paid for by Willie Wilson, 2016.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
7:35. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest on your morning commute. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We have huge delays now on the Adams Tollway eastbound. It's a mess from Randall Road to 31 with a crash in the two left lanes. Westbound from Beverly to 31, separate crash, blocking one left lane. Northbound Tri-State very slow, 111th to Archer and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Reagan Tollway delays. Aurora Toll to Eola, 53 to Finley, and York to 290. Veterans Memorial, Boughton most of the way to St. Charles, and North Avenue to 290. Edens, 36 minutes. Slakehook to Montrose, outbound 26. Kennedy now an hour from O'Hare to downtown, outbound 43 minutes. The Ike an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 42 minutes. Stevenson, 52 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40. The Rhine is 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic as a service. Think it up. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Cloudy and breezy. Periods of rain this afternoon. High 59. Currently, we have 53. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Executive Green Carpet Cleaning. For cleaner, brighter, and softer carpet, visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
312-642-5600 is our number. New idea, Dan, a new plan to tackle domestic violence. The Chicago City Council is considering a plan to train beauty salon workers to recognize signs of abuse. So, going in for a haircut or color also means for many of us women going in for intimate conversations with our hairstylists.
That's totally sexist.
No.
Totally sexist. What do you mean, many of us women? I have intimate conversations with my stylist.
Yeah, and they can get pretty personal.
I personally have had clients tell me all kinds of personal things, and I know other stylists who have as well.
Mm-hmm. My hairstylist was subpoenaed, believe it or not, to testify or to give a deposition. That's how intimate the relationship could be. But she didn't make it there. The Swedish mob took care of her before she got there.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, back to the real matter. How do you feel about
your litigation?
Yeah, we're not going to relitigate that. How do you feel about hairstylists becoming first responders? 312-642-5600. There is a move in Springfield and here at home in Cook County and at City Council to train hairstylists, to give them 1 hour of training a month to notice signs of domestic violence. Here's Cook County State's Attorney Anita Alvarez.
Those numbers don't even include the murders or the sexual assaults that may have a domestic violence aspect to them.
She's saying their office deals with 450 domestic violence cases a week.
Anita Alvarez must be running for re-election. This gets into the realm, which we've been going for a while, the direction of the lives of others, the Stasi, turn everybody into a snitch. Not that I don't want domestic violence addressed. Of course I do. This is like some people are serious about trying to eradicate domestic violence or hold domestic abusers responsible, and some people are not. Total silliness. Here's something that hairstylists might want to consider. When you get trained and you're kind of certified under whatever dubious legal regime the 50 trained SEALs on the city council may promulgate, there's concurrent culpability that attaches. So then, for example, you may get dragged into situations that you don't otherwise want to be in because you, as a first responder, didn't provide the proper advice and counsel, didn't take the proper corrective action, just like police or paramedics or firefighters potentially have legal culpability. So is this really an area you want to go? Here's what I think. I think to be successful in life, I'll borrow from Fred Smith, the CEO of Federal Express, to be successful in business, the main thing is to make the main thing the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing is they're in the logistics business. They move packages
from
point A to point B. The main thing is you do hair and provide beauty services. The idea of then kind of as an offshoot, you're actually an undercover first responder for potential victims of domestic abuse. I would suggest stylists may not want to go down that road.
Well, I spoke with my colorist yesterday with the 3 different people in the beauty industry.
You don't have to tell me about it. You're a colorist.
They love that. Yeah, Dark at the Roots. It's a book. They love this idea. They love having the power and the control because they do hear things that people reserve only for possible counseling.
I think that any stylist out there should do anything that they can to help a client that may be in a situation like this. Personally, if somebody came to me and was in an issue, I would try to help them no matter what.
Yeah, that's cute. You should as a friend, not as someone in a position of professional responsibility. There's a
they're
difference.
Providing a service. But here's the thing. If they don't like the tip I gave them, or if maybe I wrote a negative review about them on Yelp, they could use that against me and try and destroy my family life.
How?
Well, because they could
say what, you're a victim of domestic abuse?
Yeah, and then go after the husband, and then he could, if they file a report or something, or even come to visit, it could affect his livelihood. I mean, there's so many ways that this is dangerous. I don't want the 19-year-old high school dropout telling police anything or investigators anything about my personal life. I mean, this is going to ruin the relationship too between the customer and the stylist.
Well, it obviously would change that if you have people that are wearing multiple hats in terms, particularly from a legal perspective. There's no question about it, which is why this is silly. And oh, by the way, these nitwits on the Chicago City Council and apparently in the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. Why don't you focus on your main thing? The worst run city in the country financially, a bigger debt per capita load than Detroit, a bond rating trending towards junk, and you're about to do a historic increase in property taxes, which is about 1/5 of what you actually need to do just to kind of keep pace with your unfunded pension or your annual pension obligations, not to mention even dealing with $30 billion. I mean, why don't you do what you're supposed to be doing instead of getting into all this social engineering? Here's an idea. Let's take this profession, let's take chocolate and put it with peanut butter. Let's take this profession and make them to do this too while you're at it. This is nitwittery, but this is what you get from the city council.
But taxpayers are going to have to pay for this program. That's the thing.
Oh,
they are. It's once a month training.
That is so down the 1 hour of training. What are you going to learn in an hour about domestic abuse and about all of the legal complications? Not to mention kind of the psychological aspects of being a truly trained professional in this space. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ralph and Rantoul.
I think it's a bad idea for one reason only. And that's all of the crime that's already perpetrated by hairstylists. Look at all the bad color jobs. Look at all the angry perms. Right. So we're going to take major criminals and we're going to turn them into watchers for other criminals. Bad idea.
Hey.
They all cover for each other.
Well,
thanks for the call, Ralph. You're right. I mean, everybody's going to walk around looking like Rand Paul.
I know. Well, when you get a bad haircut, you do feel violated, don't you? They chop off too much off the top?
I wouldn't know.
Well, who's your hairstylist? Do you have somebody you go to on a regular basis? Or are you going to protect? Oh, my God. I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, you think this just happens?
Oh, my God.
You think I just wake up like this? I've got a team of beauty professionals that attend to me.
Hey, the woman who cuts my hair also cuts Hillary Clinton's hair.
I wouldn't brag about that. Victor in St. Charles.
They gave her a softer look.
Anything you can do to harass small business people. There's a few small business people left in the state, and anything they can do to show them the door faster is what the state of Illinois is up to. You can't get to the hairstylist to begin with because the roads are so bad, but now we're going to want the hairstylists to be psychologists too.
Thanks for the call, Victor. Well, put them on street construction crews.
But here's the thing: my friend that owns a salon, he wanted to know if he could opt out because they're taking up the resolution tomorrow in front of full city council. They were at a committee hearing yesterday, but it's going to pass. And he doesn't want to do it because he doesn't want the responsibility.
Yeah, well, your friend is smart. Cynthia,
he's the only smart one I found.
Cynthia in Albany Park.
Hi, good morning. Can you believe anything has been so much more profound? I shake my head in amazement. Let's bring another person into a possible retaliatory situation. Let's all just have a big group hug. I mean, just every time I wake up, I just cannot believe what this world is turning into. Good day, guys.
Thanks for the call, Cynthia. It takes a village of hairstylists.
Oh, my gosh.
Annie on the north side.
It's ridiculous. These politicians keep coming up with the dumbest things like plastic bags and now this, and they don't even focus on what their job is. It's insanity. They should all be thrown out of office.
Thanks for the call, Annie. George and Moni.
Dan, I think you're looking at this totally wrong, man. Think of it. We could have mechanics who are trained to recognize restless leg syndrome. We could have postmen trained to recognize hoarding or pet abuse. The possibilities are endless, man.
Thanks for the call, George. I hadn't thought about it that way, but you raise a good point.
We can ask police officers for hair highlights.
Yeah, I mean,
if they're sitting on the job doing nothing, like, hey, I got some dark roots here. Can you help me out?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, we talk about this with police. We expect police to be an educator and a psychologist, and we expect police to do all these jobs in addition to just enforcing the law, keeping the peace, which is their job. And this is one of the laments of police officers, and it's a legitimate one. But now we want to kind of codify this across professions. I mean,
well, according to Anita Alvarez, 1 in 4 women experience domestic violence during their lifetime. So this clearly is just a ploy for her to get the woman's vote.
This is like right. That's like the campus rape stats nonsense. What an embarrassment. This city, honestly. Mike in LaGrange Park.
Well, you know what? If we're going to deputize people against their will, how about we deputize them to report crooked politicians? Can you imagine what comes up when they're talking to their stylist?
Yeah,
they protect each other.
Thanks for the call, Mike. It'd be
so really...
easier to identify the non-crooked.
Who's your stylist? Come on, Dan.
Jennifer's hair studio on Randolph and Clinton.
What do you tell her, Dan?
I highly recommend her.
Yeah?
I do. She's great.
Well, what do you tell her?
My lips are sealed. That is the style.
What does she tell you?
That is the stylist.
Like attorney-client privilege?
Beauty client privilege. I don't. Yeah.
What happens in the chair stays in the chair?
Sort of.
But what if you have a bruise on your face from maybe playing volleyball and people think you're being abused? Come on.
Russ and Desplaines, get me out of this.
Yeah, Miss Alvarez, I don't know. I don't think she's ever been to a beauty salon. She's one of these babes, yeah. She never put a eyeshadow or nothing on. Look at her. She thinks she's so hot she doesn't need makeup. If she goes into my beauty salon, the woman will say, gee, are you abused? You look so plain. You're so distraught. Are you woman's liver?
Okay.
Thanks for the call, Russ.
She is the good wife. There's a TV show after her.
I don't believe that Russ owns a beauty salon.
We just wash the hair. I work on my hair a long time, and you hit it. He hits my hair.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Go get my hair done today, but I'm going to wear a mask. Cloudy today. We're going to have periods of rain this afternoon, a high of 59 degrees. Then a soggy evening, rain through the evening and early morning hours. And then finally by tomorrow afternoon, the rain will be tapering off to a couple of passing showers, a high of 57. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Eastbound Adams Tollway, it's jammed. Randall to 31 with a crash blocking 2 left lanes. Also slow Roselle to Meacham and Manheim to the Tri-State. Westbound, there are delays. 59 to 31. A crash is clear, but now there's road work in the right lane. The Edens is 33 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Kennedy, an hour. O'Hare to downtown. Express lane save about 3 minutes. Outbound 43 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 42 minutes. The Stevenson, 52 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. The Ryan, 35 minutes. 95th to downtown. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Sorry. I know somebody who also uses Jennifer. I'm going to have to go see Jennifer and ask her some questions. ChicagoRadioDeals.com and Red Dot Arms has partnered together to bring you a full curriculum of training classes. Start with the Refuse to be a Victim seminar, which teaches basic skills and attitude for developing a strategy for your personal safety. Paired with the Home and Firearm Safety course, this non-shooting class teaches you the safe handling and storage of firearms and ammunition in the home. This bundle for beginners, only $50. Hey, continue your training with the NRA Basic Pistol Shooting class, which includes in-class instruction and range time. This 8-hour class retails for $140. It's only $75 at CRD. Plus, check out all the other professional personal training courses and seminars available, brought to you only by ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
They're just awesome. I keep telling people because they keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. And then my bad cholesterol was 62, now it's 52. So, and then with my blood work, the doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but everything is just perfect.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Payton, an attorney spokesperson. The Sentinel Group with principal office in Temecula, California is responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisements. Services may not be available in all states. Attention, if you or a loved one took Xarelto or Pradaxa and experienced a serious bleeding event, you may be entitled to cash compensation. Call 800-341-0345 now. Xarelto and Pradaxa are prescription blood thinners used to reduce the risk of blood clots and stroke. Dangerous side effects have been discovered, which have led to numerous cases of hospitalization and even death. Call 800-341-0345 now if you or a loved one took Xarelto or Pradaxa and experienced internal bleeding or were hospitalized for a serious bleeding event. Don't be a silent victim. Call 800-341-0345 now to see if you may be entitled to a cash award and substantial financial compensation. Time is limited to file a claim, so call 800-341-0345 now. Lines are open 24/7. Call 800-341-0345. That's 800-341-0345. 800-341-0345.
AM 560. The Answer.
I have a third friend who's used Jennifer's studios.
I'll tell you, that's where all the cool kids go.
Going on?
That's where all the beautiful people go.
Does she cut women's hair?
Yeah.
Or just men's?
No, she's...
Well, maybe I'll have to go see her. My coif needs trimming.
Yeah. Stop going to Hillary Stylist. Think of the improvement.
I'm trying to get a softer look.
So Becky Sullivan has replaced Ken Jennings, has replaced Jimmy Pethokoukis as my favorite Jeopardy contestant. And it all boiled down to the final Jeopardy question, or excuse me, the final Jeopardy answer, and Becky Sullivan's question, which she got metaphysically correct.
2 players left, dealing with flowers, and this clue for you. Take a look. The flower pictured here is called this, also a disparaging term for people on the political left. 30 seconds, good luck.
What are you thinking? Maybe Venus flytrap because it's a man-eater?
Yeah, the Venus flytrap. The problem is there's no flies.
Becky, we're going to start with you, and I have a feeling that you may have found a way to insult liberals in this country. Let's take a look at your response. What is a pansy? Yep, you found a way to...
It's even a smattering of applause.
Oh, see?
Pansy. That will live in Jeopardy infamy. And it's that is a correct answer as far as I'm concerned. If Alex would have gone to the judges, I would have given her the nod.
But it wasn't the correct answer.
It's not the correct answer for the game purpose. It's bleeding heart is the flower. But for the more important purposes, the metaphysical purposes, the commentary on humanity, the deeper understanding of the answer that was reflected in Becky's question.
I have the perfect job for her now. She could be a Fox News contributor.
Yeah.
Possibly.
She would certainly raise the IQ on that channel.
Right, Mr. Connery, why don't you pick? It looks like this is my lucky day. I'll take the rapists for 200.
That's therapists.
That's therapists, not the rapists.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, folks. Joe Walsh here. I recently visited Precision Payroll of America in Oak Brook Terrace, Illinois. I'll tell you, I've been hearing Tom's ads for years, and to meet his team and spend a little time with them, I realized why their clients and employees stay together so long. I also didn't realize what great services they offer. Payroll processing, tax filing, time and attendance, and human resource consulting. Boy, we could all use help there with all these new and yet to be introduced regulations from healthcare to full-time equivalency. Precision Payroll of America has the right services and the right approach to help companies navigate these crazy times. For a service provider you can relate to and will look out for your best interests, call Tom at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Also, visit precisionpayroll.com, but then pick up the phone and call Tom. He is sure to deliver great value and even better service.
You've heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, then you're missing thoughtful expository content that you won't find anywhere else from those who have operated in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current, our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders, offering in-depth insights on the big issues of the day. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. And you can also check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that are not heard anywhere else. So learn how to change the rules of the game so they cannot be gamed by the connected against the unconnected. Learn how to unfix systems and institutions that are wired against those who play by the rules. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
American schools are mass-producing students who are not only largely ignorant of history, science, literature, and geography, but also unable to read, write, or add properly. Among the world's 34 richest countries, the U.S. is ranked 27th in math, 20th in science, and 17th in reading. America's educational crisis is no coincidence. Progressive education says that teaching children how to express themselves and get along with others is more important than teaching them facts or developing their ability to think rationally and independently. If you'd like to know more about the philosophical cause and solution of America's educational crisis, check out Teaching Johnny to Think, a philosophy of education based on the principles of Ayn Rand's objectivism by Leonard Peikoff at ARIradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
It's that time of year. There's going to be a lot that scares you. Replacing your windows shouldn't be one of them. Right now, get 2 windows for the price of 1, plus no money down and no interest until 2017. Say goodbye to high heating bills with energy-efficient windows from Feldco. Hurry, this treat and 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Saturday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
What is a truth hyperbole? Donald Trump answers that question in his Today Town Hall with Matt Lauer. We'll have it when we talk to Michael Barone from the Washington Examiner about the state of play in the POTUS race and whether or not he agrees with Mark Halperin from Bloomberg that Hillary is the likely next president of the United States. That's all at 8:08.
And then at 8:38, Greg Hines will be here from Crane's Chicago Business to talk about our state's budget. And you're not going to want to miss this. I will present Dan Proft's Halloween costume for 2015 at 8:48. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. Investigators looking into a deadly Bolingbrook shooting.
a gymnastics coach from Schaumburg, accused of sexually abusing disabled girls. CPS set to recommend new plans for new charter schools. And the Bulls host the Cavaliers tonight in the NBA lid lifter. A cloudy, breezy day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. It's John Boehner's last hurrah as House Speaker. Something else conservatives aren't happy with. A budget deal worked out with the White House. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The agreement struck late last night puts off a government shutdown fight and a showdown over the debt limit through 2016. It gives the Pentagon and domestic agencies $80 billion in relief in exchange for spending cuts elsewhere. A full vote on the deal is likely tomorrow, the same day the GOP conference is expected to nominate Paul Ryan as the next Speaker of the House. The White House is praising the agreement, saying it provides substantial relief from harmful spending cuts while protecting people who rely on Social Security and Medicare. Dave.
Rachel, in the Republican race for president.
Donald Trump had led every major national poll for more than 100 days, dating all the way back to early July. Until this morning.
A new CBS New York Times poll puts Ben Carson on top at 26%. Trump's at 22%. Carson's also the Iowa frontrunner, leading in 3 straight polls. One from Monmouth puts him ahead by 14 points. Trump said this morning Carson better be ready.
A lot of things will come out now, and we'll see how he holds up to the scrutiny. I've been there for, I guess, 100 and some odd days.
That's Fox Business Network's Blake Berman. The search for victims and the rush to help continue in Afghanistan and Pakistan the day after a powerful earthquake. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, at least 311 people are dead in Afghanistan and Pakistan and more than 2,000 injured. Helicopters are being used in an attempt to help the injured and deliver aid as rescue workers struggle to reach remote, mountainous villages, many without paved roads. Another problem facing rescuers is the probability of more mudslides and communications outages. More than 4,000 homes have been damaged. Officials expect casualties to rise. Dave.
Jessica, South Carolina sheriff's asking the FBI to investigate a Richland County deputy suspended for the arrest of a high school student caught on video showing him pulling the girl from her desk, dragging her across the classroom before cuffing her. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy and 50 degrees. It is 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A Chicago man accused of killing his teen brother. Brad Nicholson appeared in court yesterday on first-degree murder charges. Prosecutors claim he gunned down Ryan Nicholson last Friday. He's been ordered held on $750,000 bail. New information coming out about former Chicago Public Schools CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett. The Sun-Times reporting the FBI investigated her role in a $40 million textbook contract awarded during her time with the Detroit Public Schools. An investigation continues this morning following what police are calling a murder-suicide at a Bolingbrook Industrial Park. Officers called yesterday morning about a shooting at YCB International found Xinling Zhang of Naperville and DeGang Zhang of Aurora dead at the scene. Mayor Emanuel's tax-laden budget took a step closer to passage with a few refinements by aldermen yesterday, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Standing with city tree trimming crews, the mayor boasted the new budget means improved services to the neighborhoods. And in his strongest yet slap at the preceding Daley administration, Emanuel said the budget marks the end of decades of hiding the true cost of government.
Raiding the rainy day fund in the past was hiding the real cost of the budget from people. That was phony. Taking one-time revenue sources rather than dealing with it fundamentally, that was actually phony. Scoop and toss that actually borrowed from the future to pay today's operating expenses. We've cut that dramatically. That was phony.
Emanuel's budget includes $588 million in new property taxes, plus a host of other new taxes and fees. David Stewart, Chicago.
President Obama will be in town today addressing the International Association of Chiefs of Police at McCormick Place. Chicago sports. Blackhawks over Anaheim in overtime, 1-0. NBA tonight, Cleveland and the Bulls kick off the NBA regular season. And Chris Bryant, your sporting news, National League Rookie of the Year. The news, a service of Lead Safe America. Do you live in an historic home? Renovating? Your children could be at risk. It takes just a microscopic amount of lead dust to poison a child. Learn more at leadSafeAmerica.org. 8:04 is our time. A check of the AM 560 Business Beat is next. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Hank Weinblum.
From the Fox Business Network, Janet Yellen and her partners at the Federal Reserve begin 2 days of crystal ball gazing today. And by tomorrow afternoon, we'll learn if we've reached the end of this historic run of near zero interest rates. Some profit numbers out this morning. Pfizer, the drug maker, comes in with better than expected figures. Ford seems to be in high gear, reporting strong sales of its F-150 pickup truck. That helps Ford more than double its quarterly income. VW reports its numbers tomorrow. They're not expected to be pretty because of the scandal over falsified emissions tests. But analysts are saying VW's core business and popularity with drivers will not be adversely affected in the long run. General Motors is dealing with another recall, nearly 1.5 million cars, various brands, to deal with a nagging oil leak problem that can cause a fire. They've recalled these cars twice before and made repairs, but the repairs didn't work. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Hank Weinblum.
8:05 in Chicago, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity says even Obama can't defend Hillary's email scandal.
He even legitimized the email scandal by saying it was legitimate. Asked if he agrees with Bill and Hillary that it's not a big deal, he said, well, it's important for her to answer these questions to the satisfaction of the American public and let them make up their own minds. So Obama, let me interpret, threw her down the stairs last night.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's the Yellow Tag event, and now is the time to find your ultimate adventure. Whether it's a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spider, or Ski-Doo snowmobile, you can turn up the excitement for any season with our industry-leading performance and technology. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 models and get up to a 3-year warranty. Visit Dockside Marine in Wilmington. Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
8:07 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. The very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Lakeshore Drive is really rough this morning on the southbound side. It's jammed from Hollywood to North Avenue. It's 42 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound 32 minutes, 67th to Jackson. Delays from the Stevenson to Balbo. The Edens is 31 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 35. The Kennedy, an hour from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 35 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 21 minutes now from Thorndale to the Loop. An hour and 3 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 45 minutes to Thorndale. The Stevenson, 54 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40. The Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed. Randall to 31 after an earlier crash, then slowed 2E to the Tri-State. Westbound there delays 59 to 31 due to construction. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, cloudy and breezy with periods of rain for the afternoon, high 59. Then rain tonight with a breezy evening, low 51. Tomorrow, breezy with rain tapering to a couple of showers, high 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
52 at O'Hare, 50 in Aurora. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fly By Night with Ken Severa. Heard Saturday evenings at midnight here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
New signs of potential trouble for Donald Trump. New numbers tonight. The third poll in a row now showing Trump losing to Dr. Ben Carson in Iowa by double digits, 14 points.
I'm number 2 in Iowa. I said I don't believe it.
That's all it says. Let's try something new. We tried Obama, right? Time for a change, so we got to change. So now let's try something new.
Right.
Let's run America like a business.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, good morning. I'll tell you, I know a lot of people are focused on, and the old media is focused on, as it pertains to Trump's town hall on the Today Show with Matt Lauer. My dad gave me $1 million loan because they want to play the Class Envy politics. I was more interested in the Q&A where Lauer went back to Art of the Deal and talked about this phrase that Trump came up with called truthful hyperbole, and asked him about that.
You stand by your words on illegal immigration, so you don't want to take any of those back. I went back and I read from your famous book, The Art of the Deal. You wrote this: I play to people's fantasy. I call it truthful hyperbole. It's an innocent form of exaggeration and a very effective form of promotion. Would it be fair to say that describes your campaign to date? Innocent exaggeration and truthful hyperbole?
Look, there could be and could be not. I mean, look, I'm just telling the facts. The facts are we have a country that's going bad. We have 100 million people that are in a workforce that can't work. Our real unemployment number is probably 22 to 30%. We have nothing but problems. We make incompetent deals with Iran. That deal is the most incompetent deal I've ever seen. I'm not just talking about between countries. I've never seen a dumber contract in my life. Obamacare is a disaster. People's premiums are going up 55%. Their deductibles are so high that nobody's ever going to get to use it. We have a country that is in serious trouble, and I think that's why I'm leading in every poll, because I will solve the problem.
Let's go to Willie Geist.
So truthful hyperbole may or may not describe what he's doing, and then he goes off on a 50-second truthful hyperbole.
Exactly.
I think it's a pretty apt description.
He's got the art of the deal.
Yeah. For more on the state of play for POTUS 16, we're joined by our friend Michael Barone, senior political analyst for the Washington Examiner. Michael, thanks for joining us.
Hey, nice to be with you.
So, Carson bumping up this morning to a statistical dead heat with Trump. It's not just in Iowa anymore. What's your sense of where Trump is at and how serious a threat Carson poses?
Well, I think Carson poses a significant threat to Trump. I think when you're looking at the, Iowa, we're talking, I think that that has been a contest, at least in the past, where you have a large percentage of religious conservatives, the largest in any non-Southern contest, in the Iowa caucuses. And I think Ben Carson obviously speaks to religious conservatives probably more than Donald Trump does. Trump has got a more secular appeal, and he draws about the same from people who cite themselves as evangelical Protestants as he does from other groups in the electorate. And I think voters are looking around, Republican voters, and I think the key question, which the polls can't really answer for us, is the Republican electorate expanding? Are we seeing new people coming in, voting in the Republican primary or considering it at this stage? From what we've seen in the past. I mean, the last time both parties had seriously contested primaries, 37 million voted in Democratic primaries, 21 million in Republican. That's 2008. The Republican turnout has been relatively anemic. When I look at the ratings for the presidential debates, and I see that the Republican debates drew 23, 24 million, up from the previous record of about 8 million, that tells me there's an interest out there and a potential to be voting in the Republican contest that wasn't there in the past.
Do you think that they're going to have high ratings tomorrow for the third debate?
Well, if you'd asked my opinion before the first debate if they would have 24 million, and I'd had in front of me the previous debate viewership, which seemed to vary between about 4 and 8 million, would I have predicted 24 million? No, ma'am.
Well, isn't Trump not to blame, but it's the Trump factor.
Absolutely. That's obviously part of it. He's a celebrity. People know him from his television programs, the kind of outsized personality. But it's, I have a feeling it's not just Trump. They're not just watching. And in any case, what they're seeing, if they're watching, is not just Trump. They're seeing these other candidates and forming opinions about them. And, you take a look at the CBS CBS New York Times poll this morning showing Carson ahead of Trump nationwide, 26-22. That's not a big lead. The error margin, probably within error margin. It does tell me that these voters are moving around. Before Trump entered the race, you would see an uptick for whichever candidate announced that week or made some news that week, and then they'd kind of slide down a little, and there'd be an uptick for one of the other candidates. And that tells me that this is an electorate which is not strongly moored to one particular kind of candidate. It's certainly not strongly moored to one specific candidate. They're looking around.
Speaking of the debate tomorrow night, John Harwood is moderating the CNBC debate. Now, John Harwood, in addition to working for CNBC, also works for the New York Times. And do we have a situation that I thought was corrected after the experience from 4 years ago where we have Candy Crowley in a pinstripe suit? I point to a piece in The Federalist by Molly Hemingway, which recounts some of the headlines of recent John Harwood pieces. On the economy, Republicans have a data problem. Tax plans for GOP favor the rich despite populist talk. Timing gives Sanders a lift in his quest. Bernie Sanders, a revolution with an eye on the hungry children. And it also includes some of his tweets, which consistently defend Hillary Clinton as it relates to the email scandal. Why is John Harwood moderating this debate?
Well, I suspect he's chosen by the media people, but that's an interesting question. I certainly, based on past years and exposure, I would not classify John Harwood as one of the belonging to the more partisan half of the mainstream media. So I'm a little, I'd want to look at those articles, the headlines to which Molly pointed, as Molly knows and I know, and everybody in the news outside the news business thinks it's kind of weird. Reporters don't write the headlines. I mean, you tell an ordinary person that, and they say, how come the reporter doesn't write the headlines? It's the most important part of the story, but that's the way the business works.
I understand, but he writes his own tweets.
Yeah, he presumably writes his own tweets. Yeah, well, that's interesting. I think that's a question to be directed towards Reince Priebus and so forth. I will say that, Republican candidates are going to have to put up, be questioned by, probed by, analyzed by mainstream media people sooner or later. I think that maybe we should give them trigger warnings going into the debate. Some of these things.
Safe places to protest. Yes.
Yeah, little snowflakes in college. I don't want to hear anything that makes me feel bad. But you have to put up with bad questioning if you're a Republican candidate sooner or later, and you have to understand that people will frame the issue negatively. So you want something of a test. You want a serious test, not a softball. Someone wrote a column about the Democratic debate saying that Hillary Clinton didn't get properly tested, didn't get the kind of test that Megan McArdle of Bloomberg News wrote that. And I think there's something to that. There is something to think, okay, let's see if you can face hostile questioners and people who are framing the issues in a way that tends to favor the other side.
Well, speaking of getting tested,
you have to reframe the issue if you're a candidate, and if you can't do that, you're going to have a hard time winning as a Republican.
All right, someone who's getting tested and has to reframe the issue is Jeb Bush. I mean, he had a rare moment of public frustration yesterday, meeting with 3 generation of Bushers and some big donors behind closed doors. They're confident now that he's going to do well in the third debate and going to continue. His mom even declared at this closed door meeting yesterday that Jeb is going to be the next president. Is she a little bit delusional?
Well, I'm not going to call a 91-year-old woman a little bit delusional. You're going to
the comment, not the person.
Yeah. Do I think Jeb Bush is going to be the next president? In my gut, I feel the answer is no. I think that Jeb Bush is one of the most talented conservative political leaders and government leaders that we've had in the last 20 or 30 years in America. But I think there's something bizarre about the third member of a nuclear family running for president. And, he's out of touch to some extent with today's conservatives. you can make the argument that in some respects, at least, that today's conservatives have got kind of unrealistic expectations and things. We could go through that argument and get some of your listeners angry. But, you know, I don't really think it's his campaign has not lit fire. And I think one of the statistics that's deadly, it's on the front page of the Washington Post today, is that only 7% of his the dollar value of his donations come from small donors. With Ben Carson, it's about 2/3 or more. With Ted Cruz, it's pretty substantial. I don't have the exact figure at my tip of my tongue. They're raising money from small donors as well as large donors. Jeb Bush is basically raising money from large donors.
All right.
That's a problem.
Oh, sorry, Michael. We got to let it go there. Michael Barone, senior political analyst for the Washington Examiner. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It's the best text we've received, but we can't read it on the air. Today, cloudy, breezy, rain by this afternoon, a high of 59 degrees. Tonight, rain. And then tomorrow, the rain will be tapering off. We'll have a couple of showers by the afternoon, a high of 57. Let's get serious and go to the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. There's a serious mess on southbound Lakeshore Drive this morning. Not sure why. Haven't had any crashes reported. It's just jammed from Hollywood to North Avenue. It's 47 minutes to get from Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound slow from the Stevenson to Balbo. The Edens is 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 37. The Kennedy, hour and 5 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Express lane save 5. Outbound 35 minutes to the airport. The Ike, an hour and 21 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. An hour and 3 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 46 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, 51 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, a 40-minute drive from 95th to downtown. Tollways all very heavy as well. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
You serious, Clark? Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. That's exactly why you need to call Saul Z and the Z team at Keller Williams, based right here in Chicagoland. Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agreed to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Don't worry, you won't. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
It's a great product. The years I was on it for like about 3 years before, and I know that I was not sick at all. And the couple of months that I was off of it, I ended up having a cold, and I haven't had a cold in like all the years that I was on it before. So I'm back on it again, and I don't intend to get off of it again because I've seen the proof in the pudding, you know.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. If you have a pre-existing condition, a canceled plan, or
or your premium increased, now's the time to get covered. 2016 open enrollment begins on November 1st and ends on January 31st. During this 90-day window, you cannot be denied coverage. Depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. The new healthcare law is very complicated and you do need guidance. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we talked to Peter Roskam yesterday about the IRS. The Department of Justice clearing the IRS and specifically Lois Lerner of any criminal wrongdoing, and yet I direct people's attention to this Washington Times piece that a number of conservative groups still waiting, some 6 years in, for their nonprofit status. For example, the Albuquerque Tea Party, which applied for nonprofit status in December 2009, still awaiting approval.
Glad they didn't hold their breath.
Unite in Action, an Ohio group, been waiting more than 3 years for approval. Jay Sekulow, chief counsel for the American Center for Law and Justice, said it's a mockery of justice, and it certainly seems to be the case. But, of course, the Assistant Attorney General, Peter Kadzak, explained in his memo to Congress that ineffective management is not a crime. It's just ineffective management, and that ineffective management just coincidentally, serendipitously visits itself only on those conservative grassroots groups.
Are there any Democratic groups that are still waiting? Is that on the list?
Were they ever waiting?
Oh, yeah, that's probably
not clear. And so the good news, in addition to what Roskam said yesterday, which is his interpretation is the statute of limitations has not run, so a different president with a different attorney general and a different Department of Justice can take this case up again. In addition to that, you have Paul Ryan, the incoming speaker, saying that the letter I referred to from the Assistant Attorney General was deeply disappointing, but that his committee, or soon to be his former committee, Ways and Means, will continue to probe. The American people deserve better than this. Despite the DOJ closing its investigation, Ways and Means will continue to find answers and hold the IRS accountable for its actions. So Paul Ryan not just accepting what the DOJ had to say on this matter. Let's go to Sean in Elmwood Park here on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I'm calling about that ball of excitement, Michael Barone, and I sure hope somebody gets him an espresso machine for Christmas. But what he said that infuriated me was that reporters don't write headlines. Really? Because reporters are the Trojan horse in which this collective delusion of socialism has crept into our society. They have hidden the reality of their failures. I just watched that transgendering Matt Lauer on Today or Good Morning America, whatever fungible propaganda show he's on, just interview the crackpot Bernie Sanders as he describes himself as a Democrat socialist. Now, this is particularly infuriating because that is exactly how the Nazis described themselves in the 20s. And the reality is, if you cannot understand that all socialism is rooted in force to make us give in to the collective delusion of whatever the mob rule is, it is directly opposite of the individuality and freedoms of each and every one of us. And if we don't put a stop to it, am I the only one who wishes we could just walk or march on Washington and throw them through windows? I can't be the only guy that feels this way. Let's get them all out of here. You're cutting backroom deals. The debt is through the roof. Let's sign another 2 years to these morons. This is treason to me. Treason.
Thanks for the call, Sean. I loved you in V for Vendetta. You were excellent in that.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Honey, it's official. I'm running for office. Bob Bunn is going to run.
But the election is around the corner. You haven't even begun.
Hey, be nice, hun. I went to electiongraphics.us. They designed this sharp logo and are printing everything we need to help win votes. Walk cards, door hangers, yard signs, flyers, banners, even these awesome buttons.
Ooh, how fun. Bunn.
Electiongraphics.us. I even had them take my campaign photo. Here it is. What do you think?
Bob Bunn, your face beams like the sun.
Electiongraphics.us works with you to develop the visual message of your campaign, whether it be local, state, or national in scope. Electiongraphics.us works with your existing graphics or can help design eye-catching brand and visuals that will deliver your message. Electiongraphics.us will ensure that your brand and message are clean, consistent, and clear.
Bob Bunn, you've won!
Without electiongraphics.us, I couldn't even have begun.
Electiongraphics.us, 847-224-8757. That's 847-224-8757.
Quickly, this text from 847. Why would an organization called Tea Party receive 501c3 status? Aren't they specifically organized for political means? No, they're not. They should get C3 status, and many do because it's policy positions. They don't endorse candidates. They don't formally engage in partisan politics. So that's why many have, and the others should get C3 status.
All right, but if you want to get your best night's sleep ever, you should get a pillow from MyPillow. We still have the buy one, get one free offer. It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I use mine. I love mine, but so does Philip. He's an avid AM 560 Chicago Morning Answer listener.
I had a problem where I was waking up every night in the middle of the night and had a hard time going back to sleep. And to be frank, I haven't had that sleep disturbance since I received MyPillow.
So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, restlessness like Philip used to have. If you have allergies, this is perfect. Plus, MyPillow is washable and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com. Type in Amy in the promo code or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
Time is running out to purchase your tickets to Freedom Summit 2015, which is taking place Saturday, November 14th at the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca. The lineup includes Ann Coulter, Sean Hannity, Hugh Hewitt, KT McFarland, Guy Benson, Katie Pavlich, Jamie Jacobson. Visit freedomsummitchicago.com for more info or win tickets right now by being the what number caller?
Caller number 9.
Caller number 9. 999. Herman Cain to 312-642-5600. 312-642-5600. Caller number 9 gets 2 tickets to the Freedom Summit November 14th. Call now.
Coming up on
99999.
Coming up at Chicago's Morning Answer, Greg Hines will be here from Crane's Chicago Business to talk about business of the budget. And then I've been waiting 3 days for this. I'm going to present to Dan Proft the Halloween costume that he's going to wear while he goes trick-or-treating on Saturday.
Is it a hobo?
Oh, yeah.
I've already been that.
But first, let's go. You have to wait and see. Let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
It's a Trump hat. Look. It's a box.
Don't
It's a
look
Trump
in the
hat.
bag. Don't look in the bag.
I can see it. I can. 52 degrees outside. A late-night budget deal is worked out just before midnight. House Republican leaders say they've come to a compromise with the White House. Details from Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern.
Congressional leaders and the White House working to finalize a 2-year budget agreement that would be coupled with a suspension of the debt limit. The emerging plan would raise spending caps for both the military and domestic agencies. Still, Republican leaders will have to sell the plan to rank and file, many warning against any spending hikes. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News Radio.
And this morning, Republicans are discussing that bipartisan plan, which came about in the behind-the-scenes negotiations. School district in rural Kentucky canceling classes for the second straight day. Authorities are searching for a gunman accused of shooting at law officers in 2 states. Casualties are still being counted following a magnitude 7.5 earthquake impacting Pakistan and Afghanistan. The death toll officially is 311, but crews there say it will soar over the 400 mark. A U.S. defense official says a Navy ship has sailed without incident near disputed islands that China claims as territory in the South China Sea. The White House gave the USS Lawson permission to make the move near the man-made atolls in a long-anticipated challenge to what the Obama administration calls excessive claims of sovereignty. A Chicago man is accused of killing his teenage brother. Brad Nicholson appeared in court yesterday on first-degree murder charges in the death, according to prosecutors, of Ryan Nicholson. Autopsies are scheduled for 2 suburban men pronounced dead at the scene of a shooting in an industrial park. Will County coroners identify the victims as 39-year-old Jinling Zhang of Naperville and 48-year-old DeGang Zhang of Aurora. And a couple from northwest Indiana was apparently on board that whale-watching boat that sank off Vancouver Island, Canada, on Sunday. Denise Weaver and Charlie Carlson of Valparaiso described to friends what may have gone wrong. A rogue wave, they say, may have capsized that vessel. Denise Weaver and Charlie Carlson are among 21 survivors. 5 passengers were killed. Chicago sports, NHL last night. Blackhawks over Anaheim, 1-0 in OT. NBA tonight, Derrick Rose and the Bulls take on the Cavaliers at 7. The news, a service of Mothers Against Drunk Driving, supporting victims of drunk driving, drug driving, and underage drinking at no charge. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MAD-HELP, or mad.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher wants the left to get real about guns.
Because we know that the shooter in Oregon would have absolutely obeyed the no concealed weapons permit law on campus at Umpqua Community College, right? Of course he would have. He was a good guy. He was just misunderstood. Bunch of damn fools. These people on the left aren't willing to have a serious conversation about guns.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
What's football, Rich? It's delicious wings spun in your choice of 21 sauces and seasonings. Cold beers served right to your seat and catching all the football action. It's Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
It's that time of year. There's going to be a lot that scares you. Replacing your windows shouldn't be one of them. Right now, get 2 windows for the price of 1, plus no money down and no interest until 2017. Say goodbye to high heating bills with energy-efficient windows from Feldco. Hurry, this treat and 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Saturday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is jammed solid from Hollywood to North Avenue. It's 47 minutes from Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound it's slow from the Stevenson to Balbo. And Don Eden's 36 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 33. The Kennedy, 61 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, an hour and 11 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound just 33 minutes. The Stevenson, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40. The Ryan, 40 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow, 83rd to 31st in pockets. Then very slow from Cermak to the Adams Tollway. Stalled truck has 2 right lanes blocked. Eastbound Adams Tollway delays from Powers to 72 due to construction. The Elgin Toll to Beverly, Roselle to Meacham, and Toohey to Manheim. Westbound it's very slow. Beverly to 31 with construction in the right lane. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Cloudy, breezy, rain this afternoon, high 59. 52 and clouds at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Tabota, your 401k specialist, whose goal is to protect, preserve, and grow your wealth. Saturday mornings at 7.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, will there be a budget deal in Springfield? Does it matter, since we just have kind of courts ordering the state to make the payments they can make as money comes in.
Well, we need it. Firefighter training is down. There's no money to fund that. The SIDS program, sudden infant death syndrome, babies are dying. According to the director, they need their money.
Mm-hmm. For more on the budget impasse, we're now joined by political reporter from Crane Chicago Business, Greg Hines. Greg, thanks for joining us.
Hey.
So there seemed to be some indication yesterday that there was the beginnings of a breakthrough between Governor Rauner and legislative leaders. But I wonder, it seems to me both sides believe they're winning. So does that provide for the backdrop of a deal to be made?
Well, that's kind of a 50-cent question. It does seem that the pressure on Rauner from other Republicans to work something out has increased lately. Former Governor Jim Edgar said some pretty pointed things a few days ago. His predecessor, Jim Thompson, said some stuff after that. In the meantime, the woman that Rauner has appointed state controller, Leslie Munger, said some things along the lines of, well, gee, quit going after the union, just work out a budget deal. And she later kind of backed off a little bit. She'd already said it. So I see no sign at all that Madigan is blinking. I do seem some signs of pressure on Rauner is increasing. And now it looks like they're all going to get together for a big high-level powwow meeting the week before Thanksgiving.
And let me just follow up. Is it possible that both sides are correct that they're winning, but they're on a different platforms, different fields of endeavor, if you will? Rauner is winning in terms of I inherited this mess and these legislative leaders are intractable. He's kind of winning statewide in the public opinion polls in terms of perception. Is this a guy who's trying to turn things around as he says he is? And right now, the majority of Illinoisans say yes. But Madigan's winning where he cares about, which is those target legislative districts he needs to hold to maintain a supermajority.
There is some truth to that, but long run, in the sense that both are kind of making the bases happy, as it were. Hardcore Republicans want Rauner to stick to his guns, and hardcore Democrats want Madigan to stick to his. But it is nominally a blue state. Somebody's got to govern it eventually, one would think. And if Rauner isn't going to be able to take out a significant number of Madigan's folks in the next election cycle, and we can't do this forever. I mean, the state was not had two bond downgradings last week. Munger said recently that they're not going to be able to make our pension payments very often. Sooner or later, it's just going to fall apart. It's just a question of when.
But I don't see them releasing any power anytime soon. I mean, he's been doing it for decades. Why stop now?
He's proven to be a very stubborn guy. You have to find a way to make him do it. I think the Rauner people have been assuming that the groups that are being hurt most are Democratic constituencies. Most of the folks who are not getting their money now, not all, but most tend to be people who receive various forms of social welfare assistance, things like that. Those are mostly Democrats, and I think he's kind of hoping that eventually there's going to be revolt in Democratic groups and say, hey, you got to take care of it. Do the deal.
Yeah, maybe some of those social service providers are waking up to a new reality about who's controlling the purse strings and who they should be holding responsible. But I want to go back to what you said before, this meeting, this negotiation session that is scheduled for just before Thanksgiving. There was some reports I read that they may let the public into this negotiation session. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah, it sure would. The question is this going to be a real meeting, or is this going to be kind of a show and tell kind of thing? I'm here, but I've got the other guy on the other side of the table. You're not being reasonable. Is everybody in posture, or are they going to come to deal? One would hope second, but there's no indication of that yet. So
we're poised to begin our fifth month without a state budget. Do you think this conflict is going to drag into 2016?
There's a window of opportunity right after the first of the year. The number of votes you need to pass the budget goes back to a simple majority from supermajority. Okay. So there's a window of opportunity there in which, maybe the moderates on both sides can work something out and pull together a majority. Don't know that that's going to happen, but that seems to be the best opportunity.
Now, Ronner has said from the outset that he's willing to talk revenue, I think mainly about expanding the state sales tax to services, if he got at least some of the structural reforms that have been part of his turnaround agenda. But then last week we heard from Christine Radonia, the Senate Republican leader, talk of taxing retirement income, talk of re-raising the state income tax. How real are those proposals that Radonia was talking about, and are either one of those things something Ronner may be willing to embrace?
I think it's real, and I think he might be able to embrace them. Listen, if they wanted to, they could work this out in about an hour. I don't know exactly what the revenue mix is going to be. I've heard all three of those. The problem isn't that. The problem is all this reform agenda stuff, and whether Madigan is going to agree to some of these changes that affect unions, or whether Ronner is willing to drop that. The financial part of this budget, nobody in Springfield I know thinks that's going to be difficult. They all know, including Ronner, he's pretty much said it, that they need money. They don't have enough money now to pay what the state has to pay.
How many social service or agencies are suffering because of this? I heard from the firefighters union yesterday that they don't have enough money. They can't get money from the state, so they can't train new firefighters. And then people from the SIDS Foundation said they've had to lay off all of their staff.
I have heard tales like that. We're having to lay off much or part of our staff more and more frequently. It took a while to hit because they were living on old money, as it were. I mean, they never pays on time, so it's only now that we're getting the checks that were really due 3 months ago that it is catching up. And it's not just the social service agencies. Choose Chicago, the agency that's in charge of filling up the hotels and getting conventions here, has had to lay off people. They've had to slash their advertising budget because it's caught up in Springfield's planning. Chicago Public Schools is threatening to lay off 5,000 teachers if they don't get a help out of Springfield. While that's not directly due to the budget, as long as they can't work out a state budget, they're going to have to go take care of a CPS budget or anything else. Little by little, the list of names and will be heard is going to grow.
Greg Hines, political reporter for Crane Chicago Business. Greg, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, folks.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today, it's going to be cloudy and breezy. We're going to have some rain this afternoon, a high of 59 degrees. Then tonight, rain throughout the evening into the early morning hours, a low of 51 degrees. And tomorrow, we're going to start off with some rain, but it should be tapering off, and then a passing shower or two in the afternoon, a high of 57 degrees. Let's get the travel times and see how the commute is into work. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. It's brutal on southbound Lakeshore Drive. Just a mess from Hollywood to North Avenue. 47 minutes from Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound it's slow from the Stevenson to Balbo. Indot Kennedy improved 51 minutes O'Hare to downtown, but the express lanes will cost you about 10 minutes right now. Outbound 35 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens, 36 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Outbound 33. The Eisenhower, an hour and 11 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, it's now fine. Stevenson, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40. The Ryan, 40 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, it's getting better, but still very slow. From Powers to 72, from Barrington Road to 53, and Toohey to Manheim. Veterans Memorial stop and go, 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to do an FHA Streamline refinance to lower your interest rate and payment, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to refinance your 11% loan, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to use your retirement assets to do an asset depletion loan, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, please call me at 312-751-1333. 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
Chicago. This is a city of hardworking, dedicated people. So when you need a team to design, construct, and finish your project on time and on budget, look no further than to CPMH Construction. CPMH Construction is a full-service construction company specializing in commercial and industrial projects, along with sewer, excavation, and parking lot design. This MBE certified business uses the technology you want and puts it in the hands of their skilled crew of tradesmen. Tradesmen who are loaded with the know-how and experience to address every detail of your job, meeting your standard of excellence. At CPMH, client satisfaction is the foundation of their success, which is why 97% of their clients return for additional services. Call CPMH today at 312-929-2345. That's 312-929-2345. Or visit cpmhconstruction.com and let them develop and implement a plan that ensures you the success of your next big project.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, it's time. I know Halloween's your favorite.
I don't think I've dressed up for Halloween since...
since when?
1984, maybe?
And what did you wear, Dan?
I went as Static Cling.
Oh, yeah. You wore all black and then took lint and a bounce dryer sheet and pinned it to your...
Pin close to myself.
sock and... Yeah.
There's a bit of abstract.
But the thing, did you spike up your hair, though?
Oh,
for static electricity, because that's part of Static Cling. Did you go so far as to do that?
No, I didn't.
See,
I didn't take it that far.
You could be a chick magnet. I thought you could wear all black again and put Barbie dolls on your...
Oh, yeah.
On your thing.
That's not bad.
Chick magnet.
Yeah, if I cared, that would be something I would consider.
Well, we have a Halloween-themed quarterly meeting here at AM 560, The Answer, tomorrow.
I won't be attending.
No, it's at noon tomorrow. You have to go.
No.
But you're supposed to dress up at the meeting.
Really?
Well, actually, I just found out that we're not supposed to be dressing up, but last year we dressed up.
And what did you go as last year?
Olaf from Frozen. I put an Olaf suit on.
How from Frozen? How old are you? You went as someone from Frozen. What are you talking about?
No, because I went.
And you have two sons. What are they? Peyton or Eli dressing up as characters from Princess, or from what's the other one that all the kids go as?
Elsa.
Yeah. What is that? What's that called? Little Princess? Or
no, it's
Princess
Frozen.
Oh, that's from Frozen
right.
too.
Elsa is a princess.
She's
in
the princess from Frozen.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what did in Norway?
What did Peyton and Eli go as last year?
Russell went as a big orange blob. We just filled him up. He's a big orange blob. I don't know how it's
like from Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
No, he's got a blower in there, battery operated blower, and he puffs up and has an orange face and orange feet and is an orange blob because he likes the color orange. It's really cute when you see him run and play football because he looks like a sumo wrestler, trying to run around.
Yeah,
really entertaining for the adults.
Not going to be the next Jasper Johns.
Dressed
that
as a Jason, or the mask, Jason from
Friday the 13th.
Yeah,
sure, I know that.
Pretty scary because he likes the fake blood.
I'm glad to see that's being passed on to subsequent generations.
Yeah, this year I'm going to be Catwoman. I already have the outfit. I actually went to a Halloween party Saturday night and didn't get the memo that adults weren't dressing up this year. So that was really uncomfortable.
Yeah,
but I
you
went with it.
Well, but you normally dress up as Catwoman on Saturday nights anyway.
Got some
So
rats.
what's the difference?
So I wanted you to dress up, and we were talking about. I think I should give you the gift first before I tell you how I got to this conclusion.
However you prefer.
Now, is there any coffee over there or anything that could stain these items? Because these items you cannot find on eBay. These are rare artifacts that I'm holding in my hand.
Okay.
That will be your Halloween costume. I am not giving you this. I am letting you borrow this.
Okay.
Let me just make myself very
A lot
clear.
of stipulations to a costume I won't be
All
wearing.
right, well, we talked about I dated Jeff Moe back in 1980s.
Sure. Yeah, the NCAA violations. Right, we talked
No.
about the recruiting
Well,
violations.
He went to University of Iowa. They were a great basketball team, and you know how he had his Letterman jacket and all this stuff?
nice.
So the Letterman jacket didn't really do well against the test of time, but I have other items from when they made it to the Sweet 16.
I'll go as Chuck Long.
Here is Jeff Moe's. No, because you said you wanted to be Jeff Moe for Halloween.
Yeah.
So here is his warm-up,
Kind
one of his warm-up
Kind of kidding.
jerseys.
Has that been washed?
Yes, I washed it. I swear to God, smell it. See on the back, I washed it because I found it in a bottom of a bin in my basement. So here you go. You might want to try that on.
Yeah, thank you.
But this is the better one. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, this still has some of your hair on it. It's kind of disgusting.
This one's great. This is an actual warm-up jersey from when they made it to the Sweet 16 or final at Elite Eight.
Does
I
Jeff
can't remember.
Moe, you have all this stuff.
No, I mean, he gave it to me
Yeah.
at the time. I think he gave it to me.
Right.
But look what his nickname was. So he's number 20, and his nickname was Yamba.
What does that mean?
Oh, I think it means, I can't tell.
Was that a nickname you gave him, or was
No,
that a nickname
was a
the
nickname
team gave
that
him?
his teammates, like B.J. Armstrong and Roy Marble, called him Yamba.
Do you have any clothes from that overeater or that competitive eater you dated?
No. Can you try it on and see if it fits? That's the real deal.
Big Ten NCAA 87.
Yeah.
This looks authentic.
No, it is.
I'm going to have the Big Ten Conference verify the authenticity, but yeah. All right, I'll
See
wear
if it
this in
fits.
studio.
So you have to get rid of your tracksuit and put on the Iowa Hawkeye garb.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson and Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson and Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson and Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson and Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
It smells a little gamey, like Hillary Clinton was wearing this when she was having Indian food with her staff after the Benghazi hearings.
Looks good on you. It fits. You're in Big Ten shape.
I am. How about that?
I'm going to
Pretty
tweet
impressive.
out the picture right now.
Jeff Moe never looked this good. I'll tell you that right now. Gentlemen, Dan Proft here. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy. It can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours, so do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Call 630-409-4305. That number, 630-409-4305, or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
Smells like Bigfoot. High-achieving students, now is the time to take ownership of your career. Come to Strive's conference on the morality of value creation and trade to meet top business leaders, mid-career professionals, leading intellectuals, and other enterprising students. Learn how you can create value and build your career. The conference is free for current students. Pay a $50 fee to reserve your spot, then get a refund of your fee, lodging, and travel expenses when you attend. Take full advantage of this opportunity online right now at striveclubs.org. That's striveclubs.org. Enrollment is open now. striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org. Parents, family, friends, teachers, and professors, please make sure to pass this information on to a student who is serious about making the most of their life. The Morality of Value Creation and Trade Conference in Atlanta, November 6th through November 8th. This is an impressive opportunity at essentially no cost. striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org.
Well, we had such a lovely time here today in the AM 560 The Answer studios.
Thanks for the Jeff Moe family heirloom.
I know. He has a son now, too. He might want that back, but let me know if he reaches out to you?
Yes, I will.
Because I'm going to tweet out the picture. Thanks to David Stripling, the technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer.
Shake and bake.
And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. But let's go back into the newsroom now and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the stories we're watching right now, they're still counting the death toll from that tremendous earthquake in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Fox with the latest on that story and on a budget deal brewing in Washington. Meantime, investigators are looking into a deadly Bolingbrook shooting and a gymnastics coach who is accused of sexually abusing disabled girls. Bulls host the Cavaliers to open up the regular NBA season tonight. A cloudy, cool day ahead. And WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
We are not cooperating with Russia.
And the U.S. Defense Secretary also just testified on Capitol Hill. Russian airstrikes in Syria will not dictate the pace of the U.S. battle against ISIS. Fox News Radio's John Decker live in Washington.
Defense Secretary Ash Carter told members of the Senate Armed Services Committee that the U.S. is expanding its military strategy against ISIS, including increasing involvement of U.S. forces on the ground, like the raid in northern Iraq last week.
Where we have actionable intelligence and a capable partner force, we want to support our partners, and we will.
U.S. troops currently advise Iraqis at headquarters, not on the front lines, but the Pentagon is considering embedding U.S. troops with Iraqi security forces, allowing them to call in airstrikes on ISIS fighters. Dave?
John, despite China's anger over an American warship getting close to man-made islands in disputed territory, the U.S. says it will be increasing its patrols in the South China Sea. House Republicans have worked out a 2-year budget deal with the White House. It would suspend the debt limit, letting the U.S. borrow more, and increase spending by $80 billion. Some conservatives, though, don't like it.
They will probably have to pass it, at least in the House, with a minority of Republicans and lots of Democrats. But that's kind of how things have gone during John Boehner's speakership.
Fox's Chad Pergram. Boehner's just about done. The election to replace him, likely with Paul Ryan, is Thursday. Is Donald Trump watching his lead slip away? There's a new national leader. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers details the poll live.
A new Lord, that was just, we would give the shittiest beer.
Dime draws.
We'd have dime draws. We called drafts draws.
Oh.
So we had dime draws on Tuesdays and
Thursdays.
Thursdays.
A different language.
I'm speaking Iowanese. Nobody knows about draws, dime draws. All right, tomorrow date.
Debate pregame party.
Debate. Like I say, who's bringing the dime draws? And only people from Iowa would know.
Yeah.
Test. Okay. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
You're home for the GOP pre-debate. You're home for the GOP debate pregame. Yeah, that's it. All right, try that again.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
You're home for the GOP debate pregame party. Pregame party? Pregame show? Party?
Let's try
Party's
it again.
Strong.
Pregame.
Party's probably too strong. Pregame show.
Pregame show.
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
You're home for the GOP debate pregame show.
No.
I know, it was bad.
Again.
I stumbled on it. I know. I don't know.
Blow the whistle again. More suicides.
Right.
Chicago
Jeff Moe would have got it right.
Yeah, he would have. Okay. I'm dead. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
You're home for the GOP debate pregame show with Jeff Moe and Amy Jacobson.
Bring your dime draws. We're back at 5 AM 560. The Answer. So
we're gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Should we do it again?
Decode that for.
No, that's good when people don't.
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh, I'm gonna listen. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
You're home for the GOP debate pregame show with Jeff Moe and Amy Jacobson.
Bring your dime draws. We're back at 5 AM 560. The Answer. Hey, David. Yeah, we're good.
No.
David, I'm going to send this to you. Can you cut it up and take the and it's out?
Is that Swahili? Yeah, I can take that out. Yeah. Fred Burns would be Good Friday.
I love the guy from the eatery from Indianapolis. The topic that we talked about. If you pack heat, you get a discount.
Yeah, the guy, Bouvier, whatever.
He was there.
Yeah, the Pilsen coffee shop owner.
Oh, really?
Get Out, Whites Get Out, or something like that. Graffitied.
Tomorrow is Wednesday, right?
Maybe state budget. We'll see if anything happens. What else was there?
Do we want anybody from a hair salon? I mean, it's going to pass today. Or no, tomorrow's the day they bring up the resolution to the full city council.
What about that representative?
Oh, she's a Cook County
Anita
State's
Alvarez.
attorney. Yeah, I've tried her for years.
Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Walgreens.
It's the Yellow Tag event, and now is the time to find your ultimate adventure. Whether it's a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder, or Ski-Doo snowmobile, you can turn up the excitement for any season with our industry-leading performance and technology. Hurry in by October 31st and save up to $3,000 on select 2015 models and get up to a 3-year warranty.
Visit Jim Potts Motor Group in Woodstock or online at jimpottsmotorgroup.com.
Restrictions may apply. See your dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
9:06. Let's get an update on the roads at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound Arlington Heights Road is jammed, approaching Algonquin with a crash blocking 2 right lanes, about a mile backup. Bolingbrook Fountain Road is closed at Plainfield Naperville Road. A dump truck lost its back end there. Eden's inbound 36 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 33. The Kennedy is 53 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, an hour and 8 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound fine at 29 minutes. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. The Ryan, 40 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, still jammed. Hollywood to North Avenue, northbound slow from the Stevenson to Balbo. Northbound Tri-State, the delays are from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and Cermak to the Bensonville Bridge. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher is next, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Steve Williams.
Periods of rain and breezy for this afternoon with a high at 59. Breezy this evening, rain continues, low 51. And then tomorrow, cloudy and breezy, rain tapering off to just a couple of showers, high 57. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Stuck on clouds and 52 right now. Next news 9:30. Gallagher starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560 The Answer.
And now, this radio station gets turned into your total information source with The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. Here is the happy conservative warrior, Mike Gallagher.
Today, the spotlight seems to be on Dr. Ben Carson. He has taken a narrow lead nationally in the Republican presidential campaign. Dr. Carson is the choice now of 26% of Republican primary voters. Trump has 22%, although the difference lies within the margin of sampling error. So they're neck and neck. But this is the first time that Donald Trump has not led all candidates since the polling agencies began measuring presidential preferences at the end of July. What's fascinating about these numbers, no other candidate comes close to either one of them. Marco Rubio is third nationally. He's at 8%. Jeb Bush and Carly Fiorina are at 7%. Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Mike Huckabee, and John Kasich each have 4%. Now, tomorrow night is the third Republican debate. It could further, upset the apple cart. Who knows? There's going to be a lot riding on tomorrow night's debate. It's kind of fun to watch the media get excited over this neck-and-neck contest between Donald Trump and Ben Carson, which continues to reinforce the belief that Americans are fed up with career politicians. And you wonder if we're about to nominate, or I say about, I mean, we're months and months away from that, but will we nominate a Republican candidate who has no political experience? Is that what Americans want? A very interesting thing happened yesterday. I've been giving this a lot of thought. I played a video clip on air. I played the audio portion of an exchange between two friends of mine, Sean Hannity and Bill Bennett. Sean was interviewing Dr. Bennett as part of Bill's book tour for his terrific new book. And in the course of their conversation, they really differed about Donald Trump as a candidate. Depending on who you listen to or who you watch or who you read, there are some of us in the world of punditry who are unwilling to denounce Donald Trump. In my case, and I think I reflect probably the case of a lot of others, we're reluctant to tell you how to think. And I'm not going to insult a giant swath of my audience who is supporting somebody like Donald Trump or Ben Carson. I'm not going to be a guy who says, all right, well, this particular politician is my person, and that's who I'm diving into, and everybody else is wrong if you don't like candidate A, B, C, D, E, or F. I'm just not going to do that. I'm sick of Republicans attacking Republicans because the damage that does benefits Hillary Clinton. And she's got to be stopped. She's got to be defeated next year. We cannot turn the keys to the White House over to Hillary Clinton for the next 4 years. Or 8. But something fascinating happened yesterday. It really did. I was thinking a lot about it last night after the show, and I got home and I was reflecting on what people were saying to me. There was a lady who called, I forget her first name, but she basically criticized Bill Bennett as an insufficient conservative. Have you noticed, and that was not a view just unique to her. I had a lot of people say that. Now, you can criticize or differ with Bill Bennett's unacceptance of Donald Trump as a leading candidate. And it's clear Bill doesn't like Donald Trump as a Republican candidate. You can differ with him, you can disagree. To go after his conservatism is a very interesting response. And it's not limited to Bill Bennett. If you look at the list of Republican voices, conservative writers, speakers, broadcasters, who are apoplectic